Roll call, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2025 council meeting. I'm Amber McDonald, Deputy Clerk of Ramara Township. I will begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell,
Present.
Councillor Snutch,
Present.
Councillor Fisher, present. Councillor Tuyu, present. Councillor Goff,
Present.
and Councillor Bell, present. Thank you. We have quorum.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll look for the motion to approve the agenda.
That the council agenda dated June 23rd, 2025 be adopted as amended.
Yeah, there's going to be a change. Number 8 of the committee of the whole, we're going to move up to right after disclosure of pecuniary interest. That's a time sensitive matter and the individual can only make it here at 9:30. So we're going to move that one forward. And I might as well say it now. I've got a hard stop today at about 10 to 12. I think, Dave, do you have somewhere you have to be today as well? So we'll have to play it by ear, whether we defer or just hand the meeting over to the deputy mayor at that time. So on the agenda, moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, in departmental reports, number 7, special event bylaw exemption request for the Ramara Chamber of Commerce Classic Car Show. I am a director and also lead on the experience, so I'll need to recuse.
Thank you. And we'll make sure that's put in the minutes. Okay, with that, we'll move right up to item 8, and I'll turn it over to John Popple to introduce our presenters.
Thank you, Your Worship. This morning we have Carrie Warner from Avail Consulting here to present the 2025-2029 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Carrie is the consultant that's been working on the Couchiching plan with Oro Medonte, Severin, Aurelia, and Ramara, as well as a number of other municipalities in Simcoe County. So I'll pass it over to Carrie.
Thank you, John, and thank you very much to Council for inviting me to present and for accommodating me today. I'm doing a bit of a roadshow of Council presentations over the past couple of weeks, so I really appreciate that. Again, my name is Carrie Warner from Avail Consulting, and I've had the great pleasure of working across the Couchiching area with your local providers and also with the providers that are countywide, but they service and support your area as well. We'll move to the next slide, please. So, for the next few minutes, we're going to take a little bit of time to look at the importance and the rationale behind the planning. So why we're doing this planning, the role of the municipality, how the plan was informed, the areas of risk that are identified in your plan, and then the strategies or the actions that are tied to those areas of risk. And then very importantly, how the plan will be actioned, monitored, and reported on. This is critical. We've had a lot of lessons learned since the last go round of these plans, which was 2021. And at that time, Couchiching got their plan in on time, so congratulations for that. But it's been now almost 4 years, and so we've had a lot of reflection on what works and also equally as important, what doesn't work. And then we'll look at proposed next steps. So we'll move to the next slide. So why are we doing this planning? So we know that there's a legislative requirement in Ontario that every municipality in Ontario will develop, adopt, and implement a community safety and well-being plan. And they could do this individually. So Ramara could have had their own plan, or the legislation allows you to develop joint plans. So in this case, we saw, as John mentioned at the beginning, that you are linked and partnered in this plan with surrounding municipalities. But beyond the legislation, when you look at the plan and you look at the areas of risk and you look at the strategies, you can see that these are very complex social conditions that we're dealing with in this plan. And that these conditions, you could have had an entire plan just on mental health and addiction. You could have had an entire plan just on housing. But when we look at the residents and when they're facing these situations, we realize the interconnectedness of these areas of risk, and they often interface across other sectors. So these plans, while they might not be long, they are certainly kind of complex in nature. and they require a really intersectoral lens on them. So when you look at the role of the municipality, because municipalities, remember in 2021 said, well, why is this coming to us? This doesn't really feel like maybe the right fit. But really it's the role of the municipalities to convene the right partners and to play a lead in ensuring that these plans take place across communities. So I've already mentioned that it's tagged to the municipalities to develop and adopt. But the implementation of these plans really falls to the partners in the community, with the municipality playing kind of a key role in the governance of the plan. And so also in the legislation, it asks that you review and revise the plan every 4 years. And that's why I'm here today. It's a kind of the 4-year timestamp. And I'm very pleased to report that you do, if you adopt the plan, have a refreshed plan to be able to notify SolGen of. And then again, to monitor and evaluate and report on the progress of the plan. To the right of the screen there, you see that kind of bullseye that's lifted right from the ministry framework. And what that's asking us is to consider, when we're looking at these areas of risk and looking at the strategies, to look at them across these 4 domains. So that emergency kind of crisis response, just outside of that, but still an elevated risk requiring intervention, and then getting more upstream into prevention, and certainly even more upstream into social development. Next slide, please. So how this plan was informed, it kind of broke down into 3 main phases, a bit of a documentation and data review. So looking at whether it be community work plans or strategies around those areas of risk, mental health and addiction, poverty, housing, homelessness, employment, and also looking at mandates, and then also looking at municipal plans to make sure that the work aligns. And then the data, we refreshed the data based on some original indicators we used a few years ago, and what we realized is that they're still relevant. We could see some change in the data, and that helped inform the strategies in the plan. But we also recognize that, and you'll see it in a few slides from now, that data plays a critical role in not just the development of the plan, but monitoring the plan. We then moved into consultation engagement. So, doing consultation and engaging targeted engagement of key providers and groups. So certainly, your Ontario Health Team tables, mental health and addiction tables, poverty reduction task group, equity deserving groups as well. And then there was an interactive, so Kuchaching specific provider strategy setting session. So that's where a large number of providers were invited to participate in a 3-hour interactive, now we know the areas of risk, like what do we do about it, strategy setting session. And that was very, very, I would say, fruitful. And we landed on what would appear in your plan, especially around a local strategy. And then there was a countywide provider strategy setting session. I think that's important because these plans do not exist in isolation from broader countywide strategies or needs or planning. And so your plan, really the objective was to marry it to some of the bigger pieces, broader pieces moving forward, especially around housing and homelessness, but then also to have that local perspective around some kind of key local place-based strategies that make sense for your community. We'll go to the next slide, please. So the areas of risk that are identified in the plan, similar to the ones that appeared in your last plan, leaving off education this time around because there's a movement and work happening in that space. So we didn't feel we needed to pick that up because we know that there's already some good work happening in that area. But again, you can see housing and homelessness, mental health and addiction, and access to services and supports. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll take just a few moments on this slide. I'll kind of move your attention to the right of the slide first, that diagram, and you can see that on the left, there's three strategies that are considered countywide. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the county is leading them. It just means that they're going to appear in each of the 6 refreshed plans across Simcoe County. But while it might be a common strategy in each of the plans, how it plays out locally will be different because each community is different. What that would look like in Kuchaching would be different than what it would look like in Barrie. Different partners, different community assets, different needs, different geography. So they are countywide, but they'll have local application. And then you can see on the right of that, you see gateways to services and supports. And that is a hyper-local strategy that only appears in your plan. And that is really around starting off certainly with mental health and addictions. So you think, well, why is it not under mental health and addictions? It could be, and quite frankly, many of these could slide amongst the the areas of risk identified there. But this one is around access, how people access those services. So just touching briefly, I won't read them, you can read it there. The housing and homelessness one is really about kind of referral pathways to prevention and reduction strategies. The transitional age youth strategy is a mental health and addiction strategy that's focusing on youth age 12 to 25, knowing that around 18, you move from, in some programs, you're no longer a youth, you're now an adult. And so there's a gap at times. So the providers that work with youth have identified this. This is not new, but they really, really want to focus on it in this plan because they want to unite and figure out where those points of intersection and transition are, and making sure that we have the right supports in place so we don't lose youth in that age group as they kind of transition across services and supports, and making sure we have the right services and supports. The next is a countywide phase data approach. So while that's not an area of risk, it's a strategy because it's a priority. So this work, when you think of this type of work, the nature of the plans and the nature of the work, we know that they involve an intersectoral they need to involve an intersectoral response. We need to always be mindful of emerging trends and or threats and mitigating those. And then we also have to have the ability to measure progress. And I think that's where we kind of fell short. Not just us, but this is certainly something I'm tracking across the province, is not enough was kind of built in the first plans to be able to measure some of this. Because if you think of, housing and homelessness, there's quantitative and qualitative data you could be looking at, but we also know that when we're talking about changing even mental health, those timelines, those runways are longer. So what are the immediate things that we can be measuring, and what should we be tracking and kind of looking ahead to over a longer term? So certainly having a focus on data was really important for this iteration of the plan. And then that hyperlocal strategy that I talked about, the gateways to mental health, that's really it's a collaborative response with the providers in your community to come together and to look at where people are trying to access mental health and addiction supports. Like, where are those points of entry to make them more readily available, obvious, and to connect them so that there is really kind of no wrong door. And then also going beyond that, how do we get to the point where people can self-refer? Because sometimes that is a little bit of the backlog is getting to that entry point and then waiting for a referral. So is there opportunity for people to self-refer or self-book into some of the services and supports in the area? And then having one source of truth. So you maybe for anyone in your life, you've tried to navigate it and look it up, and so much comes up. Where do you start? They'll have their own requirements and their own eligibility criteria. So really kind of pulling that all together in a kind of cleaner, tighter way for community to really make it more practical for people to be able to access services and supports when they need it. Next slide, please. So how this plan will be actioned. So you will note in the plan that, we have clear strategies and we have clearly identified lead agencies and actions and some exploratory measures, and they will kind of finalize what those exact performance metrics will look like over their first year. But it will be up to that lead agency for each strategy to coordinate the activities, to track the progress, and to be able to report to the designated committee. So the designated committee that receives the report on progress is the local geographical municipal coordinating committee. It doesn't really roll off the tongue, but that's what it's called. And it's made up of representatives from each of the municipalities in the plan, and then also the detachment commander as well from the OPP. And it's been supported by myself up until this point over the past couple of years. But that group comes together. It's the link between really the operational kind of arms of this and back to council. And so with these refreshed plans and having them very kind of clean and tight with a data strategy attached to it, those reports you can expect to see at a minimum annually. And they will be clear, and it will be the role of those GMCC members to be able to bring them back to council. Next slide, please. So proposed next steps. So pending any edits or amendments to the plan that has been presented to you, that the 2025 to 2029 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for Couchiching be adopted on or before July 1st, which will ensure that you are compliant with legislation. And I can say I've been, scanning and looking, and there's very few that have been posted and passed, because these plans are a lot of work. And so I expect there'll be a flood of plans posted in the coming months. But certainly I appreciate the time on the agenda today and your consideration of the plan. And then if you do approve the plan, it's the obligation of the municipality to post it digitally to your municipal website within 30 days of adoption. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Carrie. I'll look to the council. Any questions for the presenter? Deputy Mayor, go ahead, Keith.
Yep. Great presentation. Thank you very much. I guess I have a background in this industry as well. And one of the things I noticed is, can you elaborate a little bit on your community partners? I mean, we talk about homelessness, and I mean, contributing factors are definitely mental health and addiction, as well as poverty. Those tend to lead to the homelessness numbers, and probably a combination of all three. I think the continuum of care is something I've always struggled with, and how do we partner and bring everybody to the table? Because I mean, the new hospital is being built, and we talked about bringing a detox center to Aurelia. The only one is Barrie is the closest one. That's kind of the entry for all of those services. They're able to assess and refer from there. So can you explain a little bit about those partnerships?
Sure. So currently, the way it's set up, there's a local table. And so that local table may morph, and it's referenced in the plan, because you now have this gateways to access strategy. So in that, you have your Ontario health teams, you have the hospital represented, you have mental health and addiction partners, just mental health partners as well. You have public health at the table. You have your shelters at the shelter at the table. You have your housing and homelessness, your resource center like Empower Simcoe. You have the food bank, so the sharing place. So we're not excluding anyone, but we're trying to stay focused. And I can really appreciate, and if you have a background, this is coming from a very real place as far as your understanding of how, kind of complex this can be, and so many moving pieces and people doing things potentially good work, but maybe in isolation. And so that's really the intent of these plans, is to figure out what is happening locally, what are the needs, what are the potential, and then how do we pull it together to make sure that we have some type of kind of common vision or common direction that we're all kind of rowing towards. Even if we're doing some unique pieces, that's okay. But is there anything that kind of underpins this? And so that's why we have not a lot of strategies, because if you look at any one of these strategies, they're quite ambitious. So having, fewer strategies, but higher impact strategies. So having Waypoint at the table as well. And then the actual gateway strategy, gateways to mental health, that is actually being led by the Ontario Health Team. And if in your community, there is a very high functioning working group of that table called the Social Mental Health and Addiction and Social Determinants of Health Working Table, where you have a ton of partners very committed to that group. And so while there'll be kind of a subset of those partners really focus on the strategy, it's going to always reference back to that larger group for input and direction. So I appreciate your comment, and I think that's a great question to raise. And I apologize if I didn't list all the partners, because there are definitely more partners, but those are the ones that kind of come to my mind based on the question.
Good. All right. Any other questions from council members? Comments? Not seeing any. So thank you, Carrie. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, Amber.
Through your worship, we recommend to adopt the motion at this time, so that because it's being pulled from committee of the whole, and just so that it can be ratified at this time. Motion reads that Couchiching Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan 2025 to 2029, presented by Carrie Warner of Avail Consulting, be received and adopted as presented.
Okay, moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Carrie. Let's retrace back in my agenda now. Okay, I left off at the disclosure of interest, so now I'll move on to announcements. And actually, I believe, and CAO, if you can correct me, we do have a cooling center open at the Ramara Center today. It will be open during business hours, correct? Because it's normally not open on Mondays.
Through you, your worship, absolutely. We will have that center open until 4:30 today. And if I can, through you to the chief, was there anything further the public should know with respect to that warming or cooling center?
Chief.
Thank you. Through your worship.
Not a lot to add, other than there will be obviously hydration available there as well. It's an air conditioned center and it's just a place for people to get out of the heat of the day. And we'll assess further as the day goes on. If there's more need, we can assess if we need anything further in the municipality.
Okay, thank you. So also under announcements, County of Simcoe's employment survey is underway, and I'm encouraging every Ramara business, large or small, to complete the survey. Their input will help county and the township understand some of the employment trends, what's missing, what's needed, and how we can help the local businesses. So that's at employmentsimcoe@simcoe.ca. Our trail extension, June 7th, we celebrate International Trails Day with the opening of the new trail extension on the Trans-Canada Trail and the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation. I want to thank them for their support. That's that one link now from the casino to Airport Road. I saw most of council was in attendance that day, so thank you for coming out. It was a great ceremony. Ramara Center funding, June 14th. I was pleased to attend again with most of council was there. And with MPP Dunlop, the minister, was there for the emergency preparedness response. She was there and announced $150,000 funding for upgrades to the Ramara Center, including a new roof and improvements to the ball diamond. So on behalf of council, I'd like to thank the province of Ontario for that much needed funding. New ice storm funding. The province has launched 2 new programs to help municipalities, small business, farms, and nonprofits recover from the cost of the ice storm. For more information about that funding is posted on our website at ramara.ca/ice storm. And of course, we will have a report coming to a future committee of the whole, because we will be, of course, applying for that funding ourselves to recoup our costs. And Ramara Awards, a final reminder that the nominations for the Ramara Wall of Fame and Spirit of Ramara Awards closes on June 27th at 4:30 p.m. And these are the celebrations that we celebrate local heroes within our own municipality. So if you know somebody that deserves that, please get their name forward to the committee. Any other announcements, members of council? Holy smokes, yeah, Councillor Tuohy, we'll come right down the table.
Thank you. On June 19th, I was invited to attend a webinar about how municipal leaders can protect local water and food security in an increasingly uncertain world, given the major legislative changes underway in Ontario and amid growing concern about Canada's sovereignty over land and water. I learned so much that I'm excited to share with our upcoming Climate Action Committee. Secondly, for Indigenous Peoples Day on the 21st, that was the busiest day, interestingly, for turtles nesting, and by extension for me, in protecting those eggs. I could not help but reflect on Indigenous Peoples Day and the significance of turtles in the Anishinaabe culture, and the importance of preserving a threatened species whose population is in decline, and the necessity to think of not just the present, but of 7 generations ahead. I'm grateful for my ties to the Ramara community and look forward to having their knowledgeable voice on our Climate Action Committee, working together to protect our wetlands and waterways in the spirit of reconciliation.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I just wanted to say we had our Plates and Pockets workshop that we hosted here at the right here in council chambers, and that presentation is actually still available on our YouTube channel. So if anybody who missed it, there's been a lot of traction. The following day, I was invited into Aurelia for their food strategy open house, which talked about the food systems in Aurelia and surrounding area. So was able to make a lot more connections and come up with some more ideas for a Rooted in Ramara committee. And of course, it was also a successful dinner for the steak and strawberry dinner at the Legion on the wrong day, the wrong month, actually. That was on the 14th. So we've had a few weeks in between last council meeting and this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
I think most of mine, you covered mine, but we did save 18 eggs yesterday with the landing turtle. So we were able to track her after 3 days of following her around every night. Finally found her. We got 18 eggs. So yeah.
There we go. Councillor Goff.
This past Saturday, I attended with my daughter and grandchildren community barbecue that was hosted by MPP Jill Dunlop and Adam Chambers. My grandkids had a ball face painting. Everybody was commenting on my grandson's curly blonde hair, and he was just the hit of the party. So thank you to Jill and Adam. Had an opportunity to spend some time with both of them.
Good. I was hoping a member of council would make it over there. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Yes, on June 16th, I had and this is very timely, I guess, with the presentation we just had from the Mental Health Addictions Advisory Council table. I was able to attend Dr. Louisa Marion Bellmer's presentation, which was a follow-up on the treatment of addictions in 2025. So she's done some incredible research. And today, what I won't do is quote any of the statistics from that presentation, because the numbers are quite staggering and I don't want to misquote. But there are certainly trends in addiction treatment. And the doctor has done a 2-year program and has just published a paper in April of 2025. And it takes quite a holistic look at how we can start changing the language around addiction and start talking about it as something treatable rather than something shameful or something that should come with stigma. So I expect I will be able to report a lot more about that once I have the presentation in my hand and the numbers. But just to know, there's really some great work being done and some good things to look forward to.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss, this is our last official council meeting before Canada Day. Though we do have a meeting on the 30th, it's a closed meeting. This is our last public meeting. So certainly get out Canada Day and celebrate this wonderful country we have. I know there's a parade in Washago. I know there's one in Bayshore that I'll be at. And I encourage everybody to celebrate the wonderful country. We are not the 51st state. We are Canada free, and let's get out and celebrate that. So with that, I will, we have no presentations, but I do have a public meeting, and thank you, Jen. She had left this on my office and I probably buried it. So she had to rescue me with my spiel here. I'll roll into our public meeting. I'll open the meeting and ask for disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council. Not seeing any. As required under the Planning Act and pursuant to council policy, council is holding a public meeting to hear one planning proposal. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment file OP4/23 and Z-11/23 pertaining to the following properties: 1506 Highway 12, 1646 Highway 12, 2440 Concession Road 1, 2530 Concession Road 1. The purpose of this meeting is to inform and provide the public and members of council with an opportunity to ask questions, express views with respect to the proposal. Council will consider all comments and submissions received, and staff will work in an attempt to resolve the outstanding concerns, if any. Staff from the planning department are present and will be writing down any comments. Amber McDonald, Deputy Clerk, will now advise on a matter of giving notice and give an explanation of the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Notice of complete application for this application was sent to all appropriate property owners and agencies on February 1st, 2024, and signs were posted on the properties in accordance with provincial regulations. Comments of no concern and no objection were received from the following: Township's Fire and Building Departments and Enbridge Gas, no objection or concern. Durham Region, no comment. County of Simcoe confirmed no amendment to the county official plan required. And Ministry of Transportation intersection improvements to be included in road agreement. Letters of objection were received from Jessica Burns, 2008 Concession Road 1 in Brecken, Len and Cindy Shattuck of 1740 Concession Road 9, Brad Shattuck and Kaylee Bell of 1570 Highway 12, Wayne Snodden of 1544 Highway 12, Mike Poole of 1554 Highway 12, Tony Sevalaka of 18140 Cataract Road, Caledon, Lakeshore Ratepayers Group in Brecken, Linda Rapp of 1860 Lakeshore Drive, Shirley Roddick of 2717 Stephen Drive, and Barbara Sternberg of 1982 Lakeshore Drive. All comments are included within staff report BP-2620-25. Notice of public meeting for this application was circulated to all appropriate property owners. Those who submitted comments as a result of the notice of complete application and applicable agencies on May 20th, 2025, and signs were posted on the properties in accordance with provincial regulations. On June 19th, a letter of objection was received from Brad Shattuck and Kaylee Bell from 1570 Highway 12 in Brecken in response to the circulation of notice of public meeting. The amendments will have the effect of permitting the establishment of a quarry to extract mineral aggregate resources from the properties municipally known as 1506 Highway 12, 1646 Highway 12, 24 and 2440 of Concession Road 1. The amendments also propose allowing for ecological enhancements, mitigation, and monitoring only at 2530 Concession Road 1 for the life of the quarry. The proposed quarry is a Class A quarry below the water table with an annual limit of 20 million tons permitted to be shipped from the site.
2 million tons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I do have another letter on desk. I think I can mention that as well. Came from David Schulman, 2046 Lakeshore Drive, Brecken, Ontario, and similar objections to the blasting and large amounts of traffic, noise, and dust that will be created is what I'm seeing in that letter. So now we'll go to James Newland, Associates from MHBC Planning, Urban Design and Landscape Architecture, agent on behalf of LCP Quarry Limited. Applicant is present and will provide an overview of the application. Welcome, James.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We have the presentation coming up. Good morning, Mayor Click, members of council, staff, and members of the public. As mentioned, my name is James Newlands. I am a registered professional planner with MHBC, and we've been working on this proposed Brecken Quarry application. My presentation will provide an overview of the application and how it has been designed to conform with provincial, county, and township policies. Next slide, please. In December of 2023, LCP Quarry Limited submitted a Planning Act application being an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment to the Township of Ramara for their proposed Brecken Quarry. An Aggregate Resources Act application for a Class A below water license was subsequently submitted to the Ministry of Natural Resources in April of 2024. As you're aware, we are here today for the statutory public meeting for those Planning Act applications. The proposed quarry, if you can see on the screen, it's the area that's outlined in red. It consists of the 4 properties that have just been mentioned. They're bound by Provincial Highway 12 to the east, Concession Road 2 to the north, Concession Road 1 to the south, and other private properties to the west. The site is located approximately 2.5 kilometers south of where we are right now. The site itself is 151.4 hectares. That's the area that will be licensed, that is proposed to be licensed, of which 91.5 of those hectares is proposed to be extracted. The site is proposed to permit, as we mentioned, a maximum of 2 million tons of material each year, and would utilize approximately 450 meters of Concession Road 2 and Highway 12 as the haul route to get the material to the GTA market. Next slide, please. This slide provides context of the site and the proposed operation. The 3 properties included within the extraction area, and again, if you can see the purple line, it's inside the red line there. That's the extraction area, that purple line. Those properties that are within it were previously used for livestock pasturing, but have sat vacant in recent years. More intensive farming, such as cultivation for growing row crops, has been contemplated and attempted on this site. However, due to the shallow soil depths, this just has not been successful. The western property that is outside of the extraction area is mostly wooded, but it includes an abandoned airstrip and associated hangar buildings that were previously used by the Mara Flying Club. Extraction of this property will not occur as ecological enhancements to aquatic and terrestrial features are proposed on it. There are 3 rural residential properties that are located immediately adjacent to the proposed operation. These properties front onto Highway 12. They're located, you can probably see where they're notched out on the east side of the property. The proposed access point for the quarry, as I mentioned, if you can see at the very north end, there's a double-sided arrow. That's onto concession 2, utilizing again 450 meters of concession road 2. The proposed quarry has been designed with a phasing plan that is integrated with the surrounding lands to minimize disturbance. This includes being designed to be extracted in 2 phases, being phases 1 and phase 2. Each phase contains 2 subphases, phases 1A, 1B, and 2A and 2B. Phase 1 is located in the northern half. Phase 2 is located in the remaining southern portion. Quarry operations will commence in phase 1, with extraction proceeding south and then west. Phase 2 will then also be extracted in a similar manner, where it will commence in a south direction and then again go west. If you can again see the screen, there are phasing arrows showing this. The primary crusher will generally follow the working face to crush the rock to a manageable size for it to then be transported back to the main processing area, which will be located in the north portion of phase 1 for the entire duration of the operation. Extraction will occur in 3 lifts, and the quarry floor will be sloped to be approximately 35 to 40 meters below existing grade. That's all depending on the topography of the site. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located within a rural area at the south end of this township. They're predominantly surrounded by agricultural farm operations, rural residential dwellings, and they're also situated between 2 existing Aggregate Resources Act licensed quarries, being the Lafarge-Brecken Quarry to the northeast and the James Dick Gamebridge Quarry to the immediate south. Lake Simcoe is located approximately 1 kilometer west of this site. The surrounding rural residential dwellings are considered sensitive land uses, and the proposed quarry has been appropriately designed, buffered, and/or separated to protect these uses from adverse impacts in accordance with provincial guidelines, standards, and procedures. Next slide, please. The proposed license area is currently designated rural and agricultural in the County of Simcoe and the Township of Ramara official plans. As we've already mentioned before here, the County of Simcoe official plan does not require a county OPA to allow mineral aggregate to be extracted on these lands. However, as we are here today, an official plan amendment to the township's official plan is required. Next slide, please. The County of Simcoe and the Township of Ramara official plans also identify the subject lands as being within a high potential mineral aggregate resource area. These are the identified bedrock resource areas within the township. The county and township official plans have a policy framework to protect these areas for future aggregate extraction. To confirm if the site contains aggregate resources, on-site geological testing has been completed and does confirm that the site contains several geological formations that yield high-quality aggregate resources that can be used for a wide variety of aggregate products, including most road building and construction products, and potentially concrete production. As noted on the previous slide, the site is located between 2 licensed quarries and is located within an area where extraction of aggregate resources is an established use. The site contains approximately 69 million tons of close to market high quality aggregate. The availability of aggregates close to market is important for economic, social, and environmental reasons at both the provincial and local levels. Next slide, please. Background technical studies and fieldwork for this application commenced in 2019. Pre-consultation on this application has been extensive, with multiple meetings with the township, the county, the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks occurring between 2019 and 2023 when the applications were submitted. Based on the requirements of the province, the county, the township, these applications have been comprehensively studied with the technical reports listed on this slide. Operational controls such as setbacks, restrictions on the type and location of equipment, and the requirements for berms and localized shielding have been incorporated into these site plans based on the recommendations of these technical studies. These mitigation measures will ensure the proposed quarry does not result in a negative impact on surrounding residences, agricultural operations, water resources, and natural heritage features. I'm going to use the next few slides to discuss this in more detail. Next slide, please. The site is located outside of the county and township natural heritage system, and it is appropriate from a natural heritage perspective for those reasons, for some of these reasons. A detailed natural environment report has been completed with a series of recommendations included to avoid, protect, mitigate, and restore natural features. The site contains natural heritage features that will be removed as part of the operation. These features have all been assessed in the natural environment report to ensure their removal is in accordance with planning policy and/or provincial and federal requirements. The appropriate mitigation measures are in place to ensure that there are no negative impacts to these features or their functions. With regard to fish habitat that will be removed as part of the operation, the application was this application was submitted to the Federal Department of Fisheries and Oceans. That department has reviewed and they've provided their clearance letter confirming extraction will be carried out in accordance with DFO requirements. The Township of Ramara Natural Environment peer review is also complete, and that peer reviewer has advised their technical concerns on the application have been addressed. Next slide, please. Consideration of surrounding residential wells and land uses has been a central focus of our water resources report. For example, the depth this quarry will extract to has been purposely designed to ensure that surrounding residential wells will not be adversely impacted by this operation. To ensure wells are protected, a detailed groundwater monitoring program will be implemented during the life of the operation to ensure that extraction does not negatively impact groundwater levels and surrounding wells. To provide an additional level of comfort to the immediate surrounding neighbors, the applicant has also offered to monitor any of their wells surrounding the site, subject to landowner access being provided. Although impacts are not expected, if a well interference complaint is received, there is a detailed complaints response program that the licensee must immediately follow, which requires them to provide a temporary source of water, determine if the quarry did cause an interference with the well, and then fix the well to restore that permanent water supply, all at the licensee's cost. The Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks has reviewed the water resources report, and they have no outstanding concerns with regard to the protection of residential wells. Next slide, please. Another important aspect of the application is the consideration of surrounding neighbors in shaping how the quarry has been designed to meet provincial noise limits at those surrounding receptors. This has been achieved based on a series of mitigation measures, including enhancing the setback distances, constructing noise barriers such as berms around the perimeter of the site and around the processing plant, and restricting areas where equipment is permitted to operate. This site shows where perimeter berms will be, this slide shows where perimeter berms will be located to mitigate noise impacts on the surrounding residential dwellings. They're outlined in the green around the perimeter of the site. In addition to those berms, there are berms that are required around the processing plant throughout the life of the operation that will be between 7 to 14 meters high. The purpose of them is also to ensure that provincial noise limits are met so that there are no negative impacts of noise generated from this site. In the location where the proposed license boundary abuts the adjacent 3 residential properties, The extraction boundary is set back 150 meters from each of those dwellings. This is an enhanced setback that the licensee implemented to help mitigate any potential impacts to those properties. Vegetated berms are proposed within the setback around these properties to further mitigate for potential impacts from the operation. The noise impact study was prepared by a professional engineer and has been peer reviewed by the township, who have confirmed they have no outstanding technical concerns with that study. Next slide, please. Like other aspects of the operation, blasting is highly regulated, and Ontario has among the most stringent guidelines in North America to ensure that adjacent properties are protected during blasts. Each blast will be carefully designed and monitored to ensure compliance with provincial guidelines so that surrounding structures and wells will be protected. The blast impact study was also prepared by a professional engineer and has been peer reviewed by the township, who have confirmed they have no outstanding technical concerns with that study. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, we've talked about where the main haul route for the quarry will be, using approximately 450 meters of Concession Road 2 to its intersection with Highway 12, where the majority of truck traffic is expected to go south towards GTA. Highway 12 is a provincial highway that is designed to accommodate high volumes of traffic, including truck traffic. In an effort to assist with road safety, the site has been designed so that highway trucks can queue on site rather than them having to wait on Concession Road 2. The traffic impact study was again prepared by a professional engineer. It has also been peer reviewed by the township, who have confirmed that they have no outstanding technical concerns with that study, subject to the applicant undertaking the required road and intersection improvements, which we continue to work with the township and the Ministry of Transportation to do so. Next slide, please. The rehabilitation plan has been designed by experts in water resources and ecology to ensure the application results in a net gain for the natural heritage system. Rehabilitation of the quarry will be progressive as extraction of the site continues. Rehabilitation will include the creation of a quarry lake, along with wetland and terrestrial habitat within both the enhanced setbacks along the northern portion of the site and within that western property that is outside of the extraction limit. I've previously told you of the size of the areas. There's approximately 60 hectares within the license of the quarry that are outside of the extraction limit. Those areas will be used for setbacks and buffers that will be used for water discharge areas from the operation, along with the western property that I've mentioned will be used to provide for ecological enhancements to mitigate for habitat that will be removed during extraction. As part of the application, the applicant has entered into an agreement with the Couchiching Conservancy to donate approximately 240 hectares of land that is located approximately 6 kilometers north of the quarry. Those lands are adjacent to Lake Dalrymple. The Couchiching Conservancy has no objection to this application, and if the application is approved, these lands will be donated to them for the long term, for them to manage for the long-term environmental and ecological protection of that site. This includes environmental enhancements to create additional bobolink and eastern meadowlark habitat to offset the habitat that will be removed on the quarry lands. Next slide, please. Almost done here. This slide outlines the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications that are required in order to permit the quarry. From a high level, you see the 3 eastern properties are proposed to be redesignated and rezoned to permit aggregate extraction. The western property is proposed to be redesignated and rezoned to a site-specific designation and zone that will allow for those ecological enhancements, mitigation, and monitoring for the life of the quarry. To reiterate, no extraction is proposed or would be permitted in that western property. The zoning application includes a hold provision as an additional safeguard piece to ensure that the licensee enters into the road agreement to complete the required upgrades prior to any site work occurring. Next slide, please. So the applicant is committed to continuing open and transparent review of the application and is always willing to meet with neighbors to discuss this application and the proposed operation. Review of the area application has been ongoing since 2024, and the applicant has offered to meet with any member of the public who submitted comments under the Aggregate Resources Act application. The applicant has had meetings with the owners of those 3 adjacent properties that front onto Highway 12 and will continue to work with them as we progress throughout this application. All the technical reports and site plans are on the applicant's website at breckencory.ca, and any future updates to those reports and site plans will also be added to the website for public viewing. The agency review of the area application is nearing completion. The Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Agribusiness, and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans have all reviewed the application and confirmed they have no outstanding concerns. The township peer review is also nearing completion. Peer reviews from the noise, the traffic, the natural environment, and the blasting studies have confirmed they have no outstanding technical concerns with the application. The water resources component of that peer review is the final piece that we are working to address those outstanding comments. The applicant will continue to work with the Ministry of Transportation in the township on the required road and intersection improvements at Highway 12 and Concession 2. And finally, the applicant intends to provide a written response to all of those who have commented on the area application in the fall of 2025. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank council and members of public and staff for the time this morning. I do apologize because I actually forgot to mention, I don't know if they want to be shouted out to, but Maureen Miller and Scott Kirby are here with me today. They are acting on behalf of the applicant along with myself. We are here to help answer any questions if there are any. So thank you again.
Thank you, James. And I will go to Jennifer Stong. Township planner will provide a background of the planning process to date.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am joined by Diana Kay, who's the manager of planning services with DM Wills Associates Limited, who's the township's planning consultant. And we also have online Mr. Chris Proctor, who is the manager of land development and engineering from DM Wills Associates. He is the lead on the technical review. So as been discussed, the applications were received on December 22nd of 2023 and were deemed complete on February 1st, 2024. Since that time, the township has undertaken the peer review of the technical studies. Refinements were made to the Aggregate Resources Act site plan, the operations plan, and changes to the draft official plan and zoning bylaw amendments as a result of that technical review. Council also concurrently submitted comments through the Aggregate Resources Act and Environmental Registry process regarding the quarry. The ministry is the approval for the licenses and the township is a commenting agency. As Ms. McDonald confirmed, comments of opposition were received from the notice of complete application. Common themes of those concerns are the proximity to the existing homes, particularly the 3 homes adjacent Highway 12, dust, noise, blasting, fumes, lighting, traffic, impacts to wildlife and road infrastructure, cumulative impacts of the 3 quarries in such a concentrated area, property values, air pollution, and enjoyment and health of Lake Simcoe. Notice of public meeting was sent to all applicable property owners, agencies, and any who submitted comments as a result of the notice of complete application on May 20th of this year. Signs were also posted on the properties. On June 19th, we did receive additional submission from Mr. Brad Shattuck and Ms. Kaylee Bell at 1570 Highway 12. This was received after the report was written and was added as an attachment to the agenda. The comments echoed those submitted during the notice of complete application, and the letter indicates that they had recently invested in their property and they have concerns about the impacts of the well-being of their family and eventual relocation. They have been meeting with the applicant. We also received comments last night from Mr. David Schulman. He's at 2046 Lakeshore Drive. His comments again were similar to those that were previously submitted. Those comments were dispersed to council chairs this morning. Mr. Newland summarized the status of the technical review, and most items have been resolved. The township peer reviewer does have outstanding concerns about the hydrogeological and hydrological review. There are concerns regarding the lack of available data and the cumulative effects of the 3 quarries in close proximity. The peer reviewer is seeking verification for modeling input parameters and results. The technical review did bring about changes to the Aggregate Resources Act site plan and operations plan. Some examples include the hours of operation for site preparation and the stripping of overburden. Others include wetland monitoring and fencing. Quarries are exempt from site plan approval under the Planning Act. So staff wanted to ensure that the changes that were made to satisfy the land use planning matters were carried through to the license. So what we will be doing is we'll be summarizing the list of all of the changes made to the site plan and the operations plan and resubmitting comments to the ministry advising of that. That letter will also be included as an appendix in the amendment should it be successful. I will lightly touch on planning policy. The properties are mapped as a high potential mineral aggregate resources area. These areas are mapped by the province and are areas of known aggregate resources. These areas are protected for aggregate. The provincial planning statement specifically states that aggregate shall be protected and available, and it notes that the demonstration of need of mineral aggregate resources, including supply and demand, shall not be required. The PPS also says that extraction shall be undertaken in a manner which minimizes social, economic, and environmental impacts. The Township of Ramara official plan lists all of the requirements for amendments in order to allow for an aggregate extraction operation. This includes agreements for road improvements and ongoing maintenance. The traffic impact study identified improvements required to concession 2 and also intersection improvements at Highway 12. The draft zoning bylaw is placing the properties in a holding provision, and that holding will stay in place until those agreements are met, and those agreements will be done in consultation with the Ministry of Transportation. The draft zoning bylaw amendments also outline setback restrictions for extraction that are in line with the technical reports and the MTO requirements. Staff report BP 2625 recommends a deferral on any decision of council until the outstanding review matters are addressed. The public meeting is held for the purposes of providing council and the public an opportunity to ask questions and make representations regarding the application. We as staff will be documenting any questions or concerns, and we will work to continue through the review process. At an appropriate time, a recommendation report will be returned to council for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The public will now have an opportunity to speak. When providing your comments, please ensure you state your full name and address for the record. And Amber, I think you had some folks register ahead of time to speak, did you not have?
Yes, there were 3 members.
If you can announce the first one, we'll do the ones that have registered, then I'll open it up to the floor.
Okay. The first one was received by Anna Bourgeois.
Come on up, Anna.
Thank you.
And we have her address, do we? Or you can, yeah.
Yes, and her address is 3905 County Road 47.
I was just going to say, you don't have to, we already have it, so.
Yeah, my name is Anna Bourgeois. I'm a resident of Brecken at 3905 County Road 47. And I have some speaking notes here because it helps me move along.
Absolutely.
So, good morning, Mayor Clark and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today on behalf of many concerned residents of Ward 4, Ward 5, and across Ramara Township regarding the LCP quarry application. You've likely heard that this quarry is being promoted as a strategically located to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But I ask council, if nearby quarries like Lafarge and James Dick are not at capacity, why are we adding another 2 million tons of extraction in the same corridor? In my opinion, we are oversupplied and underserved. LCP claims their operation will be tightly regulated, but we know from the Ontario Auditor General's report that enforcement of aggregate regulations is severely lacking. If violations occur, what recourse do residents actually have? It is doubtful that the township would commit to regular independent monitoring. LCP says that blasting will be engineered and monitored, but the 500-meter setback reaches across Highway 12, to the railway tracks on the other side. How is that a safe buffer when homes in and around Brecken already shake weekly from Lafarge nearby? I live 3 kilometers from Lafarge, and my house shakes every time they blast. Imagine how they feel in Brecken when a blast occurs. So now we're going to have 3 quarries blasting. What plan exists if blasting affects nearby homes or infrastructure? LCP promises rehabilitation in the form of a lake at some future date. But what we're losing right now is irreplaceable Class 1 farmland. Ontario is home to just 25% of Canada's agricultural land, and we're already losing 319 acres per day to other land use purposes. That's a statistic from Stats Canada 2016 and 2019. And like we have seen with other quarries in the region, what's to prevent LCP from seeking a license amendment to accept questionable soils and materials in the future? This farmland also sits on top of a highly vulnerable aquifer, compounding this risk. Where are the cumulative impact studies that examine the long-term effects on water systems? And yes, LCP has submitted studies, but those were flagged by the township's own peer reviewers for being incomplete. Shouldn't council have all the final reviews and outstanding agency comments before considering a permanent land use change? Over 1,700 residents, including many from Brecken, Lagoon City, and Lakeshore Drive, has signed a petition opposing the proposed rezoning. This petition will soon be formally submitted to council. We urge you to act with caution and care. Please do not rush a decision we can't reverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And a couple of the comments there, we will require those studies prior to the rezoning, would we not? Yeah, we would not go ahead and rezone the land until all the peer review studies were approved. Is there any response that the applicant has to any of the concerns that are brought up at this time? Yes, go ahead, James.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just taking some notes, just so I can make sure to address some of the comments. The oversupply and don't need the quarry comment. Planning policy from the province down through the county, through the township is very clear. The policy says that there is no need, or sorry, there's no requirement to demonstrate a need for these sites. It's kind of a, it does become a two-pronged approach because the planning policy side has said these applicants don't need to demonstrate a need, but then there's also the market side of things of that I'm not involved in, but it's essentially if one wasn't needed, an applicant wouldn't go through this this process without thinking that they'd have a business to operate. The Auditor General report, that is outside of the scope of this particular application. That was a report that was referring to the Ministry of Natural Resources as a whole. I can't really speak to it other than the fact that from my work with just doing this every day, I understand that the Ministry of Natural Resources has actually hired and is training many new inspectors to try to, they've realized what the report says, and now they're in the midst of hiring these inspectors to step up the enforcement piece. Blasting, again, the blasting report that we've done speaks to saying that blasting can be completed, or sorry, blasting can be undertaken on this site without impacting, I'll reiterate and say completed on the site in accordance with what the provincial guidelines allow for overpressure and ground vibration, so that there's no negative impacts to surrounding residents. Example I'll give is construction is allowed to have vibration of, I believe it's 50 millimeters a second. quarries are allowed only up to 10. So it's a much lower, it's a higher standard with a lower threshold of what quarries would be allowed. Each blast, as it's undertaken at the site, has to be properly designed. So as you get closer to other surrounding residences, the blasts have to be smaller, have to be designed appropriately so that they don't impact those residences. There was a comment about excess soils. Right now, there's no the importation of excess soils is not proposed as part of this application. We are proposing to return the site to a lake. If excess soils becomes something the operator would like in the future, that's a future amendment application with a full municipal and provincial review to ensure that it can be undertaken in a manner that's consistent with what the Ministry of Environment requires for excess soils. I think that's what I've grabbed for most of it. So
Thank you. And again, there'll be written responses to all of these as well. So Amber, who do I have next on the list?
The next presenter was Judy Mitchell-Wilson.
Judy, come on up.
Greetings, Council, and thank you. My name is Greetings, Council, and thank you. My name is Judy Mitchell-Wilson, and I live at 1818 Lakeshore Drive in Brecken. And I have a couple of questions to address. How does Council justify placing another quarry at the edge of a planned growth area like Brecken when the provincial policy requires municipalities to ensure land use compatibility and minimize adverse effects? I also would like to know, can Council confirm whether the township has emergency protocols or liability protections in place in the event that fly rock or blasting impacts a residential area? And thirdly, I'd like to ask, would Council consider passing an interim control bylaw to pause this decision for 1 year while outstanding reviews and public consultation are completed, especially given the scale of the quarry and the proximity to Brecken Village? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know about the emergency one, Tony, not to throw you under a rock pile for the choice of words, but I don't know. We have an emergency response team, but I don't think not for fly rock.
Through your worship, when it comes to emergency response, we base it on the needs of the municipality. Based on the restrictions on the current, I'm only speaking to the current aggregate providers within the municipality, they have robust and regulated requirements to ensure that that is not a possibility. So because we've never seen it, we don't necessarily have a plan that says if we have fly rock, we're going to do this. Same not belittling the question, just saying that the same reason we don't have a plan for astronomical events in our area, because they haven't impacted us, so we don't have that plan.
Right. That's, yeah, blast off is not allowed to leave the quarry. That's the whole point. Yeah. If it is, and we got some serious issues. I know. The other council hasn't made a decision on it. And again, we will require all the studies before we make a decision on this application going forward. So as far as an interim bylaw, very reluctant to do. We're only allowed so many. And I don't know if you want to comment on that, Jen.
Yes. So the interim control bylaws are a tool under the Planning Act that can be utilized. There are steps that the municipality would need to take in order to proceed with an interim control bylaw. There needs to be a study planned for the review in order to move forward with it. An interim control bylaw also won't stop the processing of applications necessarily. If the effect, and this is what I'm gathering, is that the interim control bylaw would prolong the decision on this application. Everything has been done up to this point. So without a study being identified and without a report about possibly going into an interim control bylaw, it wouldn't necessarily be the appropriate tool to delay a decision on this specific application.
All right, but something we can still look into. Amber, who do we have next?
Barbara Sternberg has asked to speak.
Welcome, Barb.
Hi. Hello. To me, it's irrelevant really how good or bad the application is. LCP quarry might be the nicest, best quarry ever in the world, but that isn't the point. The point is for Ramara Council, for its decision. You are elected by us, the residents. Oh, I live at 1982 Lakeshore Drive, sorry. You are elected by the residents of Ramara Township. You are our representatives, and we need you to represent our interests, our health, our welfare, the welfare of the environment in which we all live, including insects, birds, wildlife. And that, for me, is what your priority in decision-making has to come down to. What is best for the people and the area, the land of Ramara Township? And there have been a long list, which Jennifer summarized, of all the negative impacts of a quarry, which we know very well because we've got a zillion quarries surrounding us, so we know. And that would only, the negative impacts only can be augmented by another quarry. There's nothing good that can come for our area from that. So I think that for me, the decision at this level, at the Ramara Township level, is simple. What is in the best interest of Ramara Township, its citizens, and wildlife, et cetera? And another quarry can't, no matter how nice you are to your residents, to your neighbors, as he referred to us, the negative impacts are bad. In terms of the statistics, the people making those rules about the blast levels, et cetera, they don't live here. I can tell you that when James Dick quarry blast, my windows shake. I thought it was like an explosion, like Third World War starting or something. You know, I couldn't figure out, it didn't sound like thunder. So they can say I'm past the distance that should feel it, but we do. We live here, we breathe the air, we're getting cancerous particles in our lungs, et cetera. So Ramara Township can say no. If the only reason Ramara Township is considering this application is because Ontario wants aggregate mining and has laid down that this area is aggregate mining designated, then let Ontario override your decision at the OLT. You don't have to fight it. You don't have to incur any expense. You say what's good for us, and that's no, and let Ontario say yes to them. Let it be Ontario's head, the decision to have one more quarry surrounded by two others, surrounded across the Highway 12 by two more. Let Ontario make that decision. Ramara's decision seems to me very simple. Another quarry cannot be good for this area. Thank you.
And I don't think there's any secret, some of us here aren't big fans of quarries. We did go to an OLT for one, but we did defend it. Anytime I like to say no, I want to at least have a defense. I want to defend our position, right? Any other? Yes, Amber.
Sorry, thank you. Dan Schulman is attending via Zoom and he would like to speak.
Dan or David?
David.
It's
David, okay.
Hear me?
Yes, we can, David. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to put on my camera. I'm not too good at that. Okay, so I was listening to a presentation by the gentleman. And he was, oh, there it is. He was mentioning that water would be discharged from the site. So currently we have a problem. I live, by the way, at 2046 Lakeshore Drive. I apologize for my late submissions and everything. We currently have flooding issues on Lakeshore Drive at the corner where the baseball diamond is, where water seems to come from the farmland, come onto our property, wash over about 5 waterfront properties, well, I guess to my place or my brother's place. And we're having trouble with this flooding. We don't have a solution. And I'm fearing that if we're going to, or if we add another quarry and they're discharging water to the area, that the water is going to flow towards my house and start flooding it even more, or even my cottage, the other cottages as well. So I think we need to look at the impact on the water discharge in addition. To see what type of implication it's going to have on our properties. The other thing that wasn't really mentioned was the dust that would be kicked up from the trucks, dust that would be kicked up from blasting, blowing onto our properties, causing problems with my health. I have asthma. My neighbor has asthma. Who knows what's in this dust? And it could be cancerous for all we know. Has anyone done any studies on what type of aggregate, what type of, I'm trying to think of the correct word, dangerous elements might be in that aggregate that is shot up into the air on blasting and put out into the environment. The last thing I wanted to mention was the lake that they're proposing to build on the site. Sounds like a great idea. However, if there's pollutants in the soil, that could cause problems with our environment as well. How's that going to be monitored? I know that there's mention of hiring people, more inspectors. I'm not gambling on I'm not willing to say, hey, that's great. We already have a shortage of different inspectors out there. So how are we going to have enough inspectors in the future when there's more aggregates? I think that ends my diatribe or my speech. I apologize. Not sure if there's anything that can be addressed now.
I guess the drainage, I know the corner you're talking to, and there is an issue. I'm not sure. We will be looking into the water coming off this site. I'm getting the nod from my planning department. So as to where that drainage will be going, yes. Yeah, we will be looking into that.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions from the public today? Right, I'll open it up to council then. And as I do, you did mention the water and the wells. Like, again, we're still waiting for that study, are we not, Jen, to be peer reviewed? Is there an opportunity if the quarry were to go ahead? This is the well, like the water capacity. Can individuals sign up and have their wells monitored?
I would defer that to Mr. Newlands if I could, please.
James?
Through you, Mayor, thank you. Through you back to you. Thank you for the question. The answer is yes. We have actually reached out to those 3 residents that are immediately adjacent to the property as part of this application, have offered to monitor their wells for the life of the operation if it's approved. And yes, if there are others in the area that would have some sort of assurances if we were monitoring them, please reach out and we would have those discussions, get you included.
Yes, former deputy John O'Donnell was always adamant about that. If the quarry proceeds, make sure your well is monitored and sign up for that, because if it shows any change, then you've got the hard evidence there to help out. Yes, and then I'll carry on. Go ahead, Barbara. So what is the question is, how far can you be away and be monitored? What's it?
Through you, Mayor, there is no set distance.
All right.
But it's if you want to be, I want to face you guys, but if you want to be included in the program, please reach out and we'd have that discussion to see if we can include you. We don't have a set distance. We're willing to work, and if it does help to cause calm some anxiety or stress, we'd be happy to discuss and get you involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Lots of them. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just, it's on water, so if that's okay, I'd like to follow up. I just, So we were talking about data and where you can find the data and how much data is available. And I guess my question is, there are a number of properties in that area that can't find water today. So they've drilled more than one well on the property. So can you speak to what does that mean? So how do we, if we don't have wells there to draw enough data from, where are we going to find enough data?
James?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to the councillor. I guess to be quite honest and blunt, if there's no water there, we can't make there be water there. So there wouldn't be anything to collect on. That's the other aspects. I understand the township recently went through an application for a cistern in the area, so it's things of other avenues to get water to those types of properties.
Okay, Councillor Goff.
You can stay there, James.
I think it's safe to assume our questions are for you, so you better stay.
You brought up the lifespan of the quarry. How many years is the lifespan of this proposed quarry?
Excellent question. Thank you. And again, through you, through the mayor, to the councillor. The quarry is proposed, as proposed, we have 69 million tons of aggregate that would be available to be extracted. 2 million a year. You can do some math there to get you, I think it's around 35 or something years at a minimum. Let's be realistic though and say sites, these licenses across the province rarely ever extract to their maximum permitted tonnage. So we have been open and honest and say that we expect this quarry would be at least a 50-year quarry for operations.
You
Can I have a
follow up?
follow-up?
Yes.
Changing topics again, back to water. You're saying that you're going to protect, it has no effect on it, the water levels for wells and that. But going forward, you really can't tell that right now, because as you dig down and blast, you may fracture and have issues with water down the road for residents that now have water and may not have water going forward. Correctly? Is that a correct assumption?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. And we have a plan, if I could take a minute to explain it. We have a plan in place. So what has occurred as part of this application is groundwater modeling has occurred, so that you go out and you collect at least a year's worth of data, hard data from the site, and then you employ a professional engineer who has experience in groundwater modeling to create a model of what they expect the groundwater flows would be in the future as we operate and we lower that quarry floor. That's all in good, but the problem is it is a model. It's not real life. So what we have also gone and done is we have a number of monitoring wells set up around the perimeter of the site in strategic locations, two of which are actually located on either side of those three houses. What they do is they monitor and collect data on an ongoing basis throughout the entire life of the operation, so that multiple times throughout the year, even upwards as much as every month, you're collecting the data. You're looking to see, is the groundwater elevation changing? If it is it because of us? And then we have to stop and reassess and make sure it doesn't get any worse. So there is the quarry floor is permitted 35 to 40 meters down. But if we're going through, as we're extracting, see that we are impacting groundwater elevations, we are just not allowed to go any further until that is addressed. And if it can't be addressed, you just don't go any further.
Yeah, that becomes it.
So then that's it. One
Yes.
further one?
Yeah.
Do you have an operator yet for this quarry?
The quarry itself, thank you again, through you, Mayor. The quarry is to be owned and operated at this time by LCP Quarry Limited. Maureen Miller, who's with me today, is very knowledgeable and has an extensive career in operating quarries. So she has been working with the landowner to make sure that this quarry can be operated in a manner that's both economical for them, but also respects the conditions that are imposed upon it.
Thank you.
Okay, lots good. Councillor Toohey, come up to the table.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just to, for some last clarification on the wells issue and then my actual question. So just to confirm then, you will be doing baseline monitor testing on resident wells before any proposed quarry activity begins?
Through you, Mayor, we will if they if they ask to be included and provide us access.
Thank you. Okay, my other question to get off water is pertaining to fly rock best management practices. Does Explotech or LCP commit to utilizing the Turok fly rock model calculations where it comes to setting exclusion zones? And is that the industry standard for provincial regulations?
Through you, Mayor, I apologize. I'm not familiar with those standards, so I really, it wouldn't be fair for me to give you an answer today, but what I would do is I would take that back and we can get you guys an answer on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. One of the things that some of the quarries in Ramara has done is set up public engagement committees. And I know that we're at the planning process of this, so not at the operations process of this yet, but is there a commitment or even a consideration to have this type of committee so that members of the public could engage? I know the few that I'm involved in are very helpful to the people who are impacted by living near operations.
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, thank you. That's a great question. At this time, there is not a commitment on the site plans to do it. However, there is always the other word you used, consideration of it. If it is something that would help to address concerns, we'd be happy to do it, because I agree, I'm all for the having those open lines of communication with your neighbors helps to just relieve some of that stress of the unknown. So the answer, yes, we would happy to consider it if it's helpful to the community.
Okay, Councillor Tuya.
Thank you. I can support what you're saying. The CLC for the Fleming Quarry from Fowler in the north end of the township has been quite helpful to the community. And just further to that, through you, your mayor, Mr. Mayor, Fowler, I guess, put in place a really comprehensive traffic safety agreement. Are there plans for something like this with the LCP quarry? So it's basically designed to provide accountability for trucks in the community after they have left quarry property to ensure community safety.
James. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Fortunately, I was involved in that one, so I'm familiar with what you are referring to. We are in a different area of the township that borders right onto a provincial highway. That doesn't, this haul route does not go through a wonderful little community. So at this time, there was no inclusion of such a plan on this application, because we would use 450 meters of concession 2 and then turn right onto Highway 12, and that's the plan.
Okay, I've got Dave and then Councillor Ballard. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. So you were involved with the situation up in the north end that went through the OLT, correct?
Correct. We, MHBC was the planning firm that was involved with that application.
And in that OLT decision, there was quite a few things that the judge requested that be put in for safety reasons and to assist the residents. There was a lot that they didn't accept. But why wouldn't you automatically put those recommendations into your report? You've got the personal experience. I know there's a lot of you and you paid a lot of money and your number one job is to drive this through. Why wouldn't you have put the traffic cameras in place? Why wouldn't you have insisted that the Turok method is used? Because I believe in that case, you said it was used and now we're finding out it's not being used. And Ontario probably has some of the weakest blasting protocols. And they don't even require a licensed person to be on site during the blasting. Is that correct?
That's true. You
so I'll put it to question.
Which way?
So why wouldn't you put in? I mean, it's very nice that you're going to give all this acreage to the conservatory, etc. But I'm more concerned with the people that are affected every single day, you know, because I am one. I'm the one that hears the backup beepers going off and you can't do anything about it. It's a legislation, or probably says you have to have them. But imagine the people that have to listen to that. And then you say that, you know, the noise level is this much, it's that much for quarries. The thing that you're missing is if it's constant, anybody can put up with anything. If putting a house next door, it's up, it's finished. This is going to be there for 50 years of blasting and 50 years of people watching trucks blow the stop signs and people who don't respect our roads, even to go out onto Highway 12. But the other thing you're mentioning too is, I just go through this letter that happens to be in front of me. Well water. Do you know how many people in our neighborhood have argued that the quarry has affected the well and nothing, it's not our problem? Well, we've done all the research, our technical people, and then we got to get lawyers and all that type of stuff. The noise, you can't stop the noise of a grinder. I wake up to that every single morning when that quarry's operating. Grind, grind, grind. And you know what? What are you doing for the people? Why aren't you coming to us with stuff that says we've got a new machine that doesn't make that type of noise? We've got traffic cameras out on the road to make sure these people don't blow the stop signs. And it's just, I don't think you guys can control your operations because we've got that throughout our township. So so back to the original question, why did you not put in this proposal the things that the OLT already decided that needed in that other area? Or did the township have to spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to put those protocols back in place again?
Through you, Mayor. The reason it's not is that was a site-specific aspect of working with that community to understand. That community did a very good job of highlighting the existing traffic concerns that were there. So it was brought forward, and that applicant worked with the community to understand what can we do to resolve the issue.
Okay. First day.
In this site, it's essentially what's happening is I know where what we're thinking is this site, the requirements that were put in, or the traffic study recommendations were put in place, were meant to be what would be required of the operator. And then once the trucks leave the site, it is up to them following Highway Traffic Act to make sure they're following the Highway Traffic Act to transport their goods to market.
Very quickly, Dave. Yep.
So follow up, the reason that happened is one of the members, first of all, the community raised about $150,000 to have studies done. And we had volunteers who had thousands of hours of video. Does this group have to go through the same thing to make sure that there's protocol that they don't blow that stop sign? You know why they blow the stop sign? Because it takes so long to get going again on the highway. They don't like stopping. You know, you talked about the mess on the, anyways.
I think what I could say is the quarry open to negotiating. Again, the committee was brought up. If we were to proceed and approve it, there's open negotiations we can have to make other requests, correct?
To you, Mayor, that yes, it is something that going back to the community liaison committee is an excellent way to have that. If those concerns come up, what can we do to address them as they're happening so that the community doesn't have to continue to suffer through that through the entire life of the operation.
Thank you. Councilor Bell.
Thank you. I'm going to pivot through you back to planning if I might. So you're off the hot seat for just a second. My question actually relates to interim control. So I know that Anna has mentioned there is a petition coming and some of what that petition wants to discuss is interim control. So I can go myself, and I have done, looked at what Caledon did, and I can do a comparison to Caledon versus Ramara Township, but I'm not a planner. So I was wondering if as we're moving forward with this, there would be a possibility for the staff to be able to speak to us about what that interim control bylaw looks like. So, or how it would function in this environment so that we have both pieces of information at the same time from the petition and from the staff.
Jen.
Through your worship, the interim control bylaw, as I had mentioned, is a mechanism. And the idea of an interim control bylaw is to sort of put a pause on making any decisions on specific matters. But there are factors which I believe there was a write-up, and I wish I had it in front of me, that was in a council information package that spoke to what's required in order to have an interim control bylaw. And so those 4 classifications or 4 steps were outlined in that OLT decision of Caledon. So if council were to wish to go forward with an interim control bylaw, we can certainly come back with a report and recommendations on what would be required, and then council could then decide whether or not to proceed with an interim control bylaw. The main thing is to authorize a study of some kind for that policy. We just updated our official plan, and it's currently waiting for approval at the County of Simcoe, and the aggregate policies were updated in the official plan at that time. So I would suppose that you would need to identify, the appropriate issue that you'd like to study. And we can have that conversation maybe at a different meeting with a report where we could go back and get some accurate information for you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any more hands, and I'll say if any person wishes to receive notice of the adoption and passing of the amendments, please forward your address and phone number by email to the Township Planning Department at planning@ramara.ca, or complete the sign-in sheet at the door. If you do not provide your full address, you may not receive notice. The township is the approval authority for the zoning bylaw amendment applications. The County of Simcoe is the approval authority for official plan amendments. Members of the public who have provided oral or written submissions with respect to the applications may be eligible to participate in the appeal of a decision on the applications. This concludes the public meeting, and any comments from the public or council will now be considered before making a decision on this matter. Thank you. So with that, yes, Amber.
So we'll adopt the motion at this time instead of later in the meeting.
Oh, yes, here we are.
Okay, and the motion reads that public meeting report BP-26-25 regarding official plan and zoning bylaw amendments files OP-4/23 and Z-11/23 be received. And that the decision regarding applications OP-4/23 and Z-11/23 be postponed until such time as the outstanding agency comments are received and addressed.
Okay, moved by Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And that's the end of the public meeting. Thank you. And feel free to leave unless you want to stay for the rest of our exciting agenda.
Well, the next part of the agenda is very exciting. So
Yeah, so I have got a request to break 11:15. And Well, we are live, so I'll look to my clerk just to confirm I still have a quorum.
Yes, you do have quorum, your worship.
Thank you. We finished the public meetings. We now have deputations, and I believe we have Don Goodyear here, General Manager for the Integrated Watershed Management from the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority. Oh, there, you're just sitting right in the front row all this time, Don, sorry. Whenever you're ready, sir.
No worries. Thank you very much, Mayor Clark. Good morning, everyone. Kind of interesting to be talking about road salt management on a day like today, but I'll try and get through this quickly in the interest of time for you. Next slide, please. I'm here to talk at Councillor Goff's request here about salt application in the Lake Simcoe watershed. This graph is commonly seen in reports that are studying this issue. Obviously a very stark and bad trend. We've got about 50 years of monitoring of chloride concentrations in Lake Simcoe, and you can see it's going in the wrong direction. So starting at around 1970, we had concentrations around 10 milligrams per liter. Today we have concentrations around 65 milligrams per liter. And that is trending towards that red line at the top, the chronic guideline for chloride. That is the point at which we're going to see ecological impacts. Those are challenging concentrations in the lake. That's where we're headed. And at some point, we're going to cross that line if things don't change. So where does that salt come from? This slide is showing concentrations in the rivers around Lake Simcoe. Arrows upwards, meaning the concentration is increasing. Those yellow or orange kind of sideways arrows means there's no change in trend, but basically everywhere, chloride concentrations are going up in rivers. And that's in large part due to road salt application, private parking lots, sidewalks. There is some salt in softeners. It's used as a binding agent in detergents, but if we took all that stuff away, road salt is really the driving factor here. A lot of information on this slide, pretty busy here. Apologies for that. But what we're trying to show with this one is just how many samples in those streams across the watershed are exceeding those two thresholds. So we've got, again, the 120 milligrams per liter. That's our chronic guideline. That was the red line in the previous graph. We're exceeding that a lot of places in the urbanized parts of the watershed. And we even exceed an acute guideline in many parts of the urban watershed. Sorry, thanks for keeping up. I forgot to say next slide. The glass half full in the northeastern part of the watershed in the Ramara Creeks. We're not exceeding those thresholds very often, which is great. And we'd certainly like to see it stay that way. But our challenges are in the urban areas. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is Western Creek. It's down in the Newmarket area, highly urbanized, 97% urban catchment. I've got some major industrial areas, Upper Canada Mall, if you're familiar with the area. So it's a place we've been monitoring because it's kind of the perfect storm, if you will, for salt application and chloride concentrations in the watershed. So that picture on the left there is a real-time monitor for chloride. So we get concentrations of chloride every 2 weeks instead of, every half hour instead of every couple of weeks when we get out there for a sample. And what we're seeing is a little bit scary. So down at the bottom, we've got those acute and chronic guidelines. You can barely see them. That dashed red line near the top of the graph. Sorry, again, thanks for keeping up. Sorry. The dashed line at the top of the graph, that's ocean water, 19,400 milligrams per liter. We've exceeded that on 3 storms in that Newmarket catchment. So that's happened in Toronto, that's happened in Mississauga. We have now that dubious honor of exceeding ocean concentrations of chloride in the Lake Simcoe watershed. So bad news. And in that Western Creek subwatershed, not surprisingly, that's where we get the worst scores for benthics. That's the bugs at the bottom of the food chain and our fish monitoring. So worst scores there for biological health, not surprisingly. So we've started to think about this question in terms of road salt application and specifically around private parking lots. How much is enough? We've probably all seen
that upper left picture where you're more likely to trip over a pile of salt than you are to slip on some ice. The numbers there don't need to get too hung up on those, but obviously there's a whole bunch in the top left, and there's very little in the right-hand slide. And that right-hand slide is what you need to achieve a safe surface. So go to the next slide. So we wanted to prove that. We invested in a friction tester. Again, lots of numbers, a bunch of science nerds at the Conservation Authority. I don't need to know too much about those, except that the higher the number, the better, and around 0.5 is a safe surface. So you can see the picture on the left, where just a little bit of salt, the snow is melted. We've got a surface that's very safe to walk on. Seemingly a safer picture on the right with all that salt, but salt actually causes it to be slippery. It's like marbles underfoot. So more salt is not necessarily safer, is the point. And just to drive that home a little further, a salted walkway on the left, over-salted, compared to just a shoveled walkway on the right, and they have very similar numbers in terms of friction. So they're equally slippery with lots of salt and no salt. So a little bit of salt in that picture on the right, and it would be a very safe walkway. And just to compare these numbers to surfaces that we walk on all the time, your typical floor is not as does not provide as much friction as you might expect. So these are surfaces we walk on all the time in all kinds of footwear, and we don't have those slip, trip, and fall lawsuits. That's what we're trying to avoid here. So we are in a northern climate. This is Canada. Tough to think about the freezing temperatures today, but yeah, winter maintenance is necessary, and public safety certainly trumps everything. So what can we do? Next slide, please. The good news is there are better practices out there. Municipalities do a great job on municipal roads. These best practices are available, documented a bunch of places, and are in practices for municipal management. Next slide, please. Where we see those practices are not followed are on commercial parking lots. And we did a study to try and kind of test that hypothesis that parking lots are not the greatest actors. For reasons I'll get into. So we had the good fortune of finding a private parking lot in the southern part of the watershed that allowed us to study the runoff coming off of their parking lot for a number of years. And we were fortunate to have two contractors over it was about 8 years, 7 or 8 years that we studied that parking lot using similar equipments, and obviously had similar concerns. They're worried about liability, they're worried about public safety. And if you go to the next slide, contractor A was what I'll classify as a kind of a traditional contractor. He used the same application regardless of snow event, high application rates, and yeah, consistent regardless of condition. The second contractor that came in was interested in improving things, was aware of best management practices, used those best practices, monitored conditions before applying salt, and tailored the application to the sites that were in existence for the given event. And next slide, you'll see the outcome of that. So the first few years with contractor A, lots of salt coming off of the parking lot, compared to the last few years with contractor B, much less salt coming off of the same parking lot. You could say, or you could ask, was contractor B just lucky? The dashed line in the top of the graph there is snowfall. So very similar precipitation through the winter periods that both contractor A and contractor B were working. And notably, no slip, trip, or fall lawsuits or complaints to the property owner through the entire period of this study. And contractor B used about $40,000 less in material per year by employing these best practices. Next slide. So the bottom line is that it is possible to reduce salt application while maintaining public safety. Some positive benefits there in terms of cost savings. it does rely on contractor training and following those best practices, also a good understanding of weather conditions and pavement conditions is really helpful to understand what needs to go down. That's all available through Smart About Salt training that can be that contractors can take. But the challenge to that, if we get into the next slide, the challenge to adopting those best practices is very simple. It's liability. These contractors are getting sued regularly. Their insurance costs are going up 100, 200, 300% per year. These small businesses are struggling. And one of the options that the industry is actually very supportive of, and so are a number of other organizations, the Conservation Authority included, is what's called the New Hampshire approach. So in the state of New Hampshire, they've passed legislation that says if contractors are trained, they follow best practices, and they keep records to prove they're following best practices, then they are held harmless in slip, trip, and fall lawsuits. That legislation has been in place for a number of years down in New Hampshire, and it's been successfully defended in the higher courts. So we've been advocating for the province of Ontario to pass similar legislation, and that would give well-meaning contractors the shield to follow these best practices. Next slide, please. So how municipalities can help. I think Councillor Goff is interested in bringing a resolution in support of that limited liability approach at some point. Hiring trained and certified contractors for any properties that the township manages via contractor rather than through staff, and continuous improvement, already doing a great job on municipal roads, but continuous improvement is certainly always encouraged, and empowering staff to make those good decisions. Thanks very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, education is a big part of it, but anything we can do to get that litigation through, because nobody gets sued for putting too much salt down, but they will get sued if somebody slips. So you're absolutely right. We have to lean on the province to put that legislation through. Councillor Goff.
Don mentioned that about a resolution coming forward. The Conservation Authority is drafting a resolution that will be passed on next month, 25th. I will bring that resolution for us to support and going forward, because I think this is a good thing, especially with all the condos down in Lagoon City, and where we can maybe take some of the runoffs that won't be there anymore and affecting Lake Simcoe, because eventually things continue. Within the next 50 years, they figure Lake Simcoe will be a saltwater lake. So something that we need to do today.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I just wanted to go look at slide 4 again. It had your tributaries map on it. And it looks like we're in really good shape with it, with a bunch of zeros over zeros, but there's 2 spots highlighted where it's a 1 over 0 in Atherley area, 1 over 0 in Brecken area. In your opinion, would those be the tributaries that would be affected by things that maybe Ramara is not doing, in fact, that the province when they're doing their highways there, or because there's more opportunity for commercial parking lots? I just want to know how to get our numbers all to 0 so we can be the heroes in this.
Thank you. Through the mayor, that's a great aspiration. Certainly support that. Where you see the highest concentrations, it's a direct correlation to amount of impervious surface. So wherever you've got the highest concentration of pavement in the township is where you're going to see the most salt applied, whether that's through municipal, provincial roads or those private parking areas. So I could look a little deeper into the sources of those ones, but a good rule of thumb is to look at the road network and parking lots, a map of parking lots. Wherever you got that impervious area, that's where you're going to get the salt.
From what I understand, look at the map, which is not much. Looks like we're doing quite well up there comparatively. So,
Yes.
But I want to do even better.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Any other questions from council members? Counselor Bell?
I think you just a comment, actually. We do have the potential for the sodium chloride study that we had talked about originally through Parks and Waterways Commission. And of course, then recognizing that whatever's draining into Lagoon City is draining in from Brecken and so on. And so I just kind of want to point out that that's still an opportunity where we do have that high concentration of condominiums. And we know there's overuse of salt on those areas for those reasons with the liability. And we did have, a particular area in Lagoon City where all of the vegetation seemed to die off as a result of the salt use. So at that time, you were looking at approximately $20,000. So I think it's important to note that that's still there. And it would be a great opportunity to look at, is there salt draining in from Brecken, from all the parking lots here? And then, what kind of impact is that having? And it's quite concentrated with a number of different condos in that one area. So just sort of a note that that's there and could be useful information.
Hey, any other comments from council members? Not seeing any. Thank you, Don. Very informative. Yeah, and public meetings on quarries can take some time and that's not one we like to hurry. So next I have, is it Ryan Dube on project manager for Atura Power, and Lucas Reiner, management director for Bright Diamond Consulting. I hope I got your name right, gentlemen. Come on up whenever you're ready. You've got a Gamebridge solar project you want to show us. Yes.
I just press this. You guys can hear me? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Ryan Dube. I'm a project manager with Atura Power. So I'm here today on an appropriately sunny day to introduce the Gamebridge Solar Project. So it's a renewable energy development that supports Ontario's long-term energy needs and delivers local benefits. So next slide, please. So we'll talk about a few things. We'll talk about the project's history. We'll talk about Atura Power. We'll talk a little bit more about the project's details, and then we'll talk about the provincial IESO's LT2 sort of RFP process that's driving these developments. Next slide, please. So Atura Power is a wholly owned subsidiary of OPG, Ontario Power Generation, which is Ontario's largest power producer. So Atura plays a vital role in maintaining the reliability and flexibility of Ontario's electricity grid via the operation of our fleet of combined cycle natural gas facilities. So we have facilities located in Halton Hills, Napanee, downtown Toronto, as well as Brighton Beach near Windsor. In addition to these assets, Atura actively invests in clean energy projects, such as the Niagara Hydrogen Center, which is an electrolyzer in Niagara, as well as the Napanee Battery Energy Storage Facility, co-located with our gas generation facility there. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about Atura Power. We employ a little over 200 people across our operating sites, as well as our head office, which is in Oakville, Ontario. And we return about $400 million annually in profits to the province. We are also committed to supporting an Ontario First procurement policy. The other thing I'll note is that our host communities realize financial benefits from our projects via property taxes, community benefit agreements, and charitable donations. And when I move to the next slide, I'll pass it to my colleague, Lucas Reindler from Bright Diamond Consulting, who's a development consultant supporting us with the project.
Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Lucas Reindler. I'm a development consultant working with Atura Power on this proposal. Next slide, please. So just to orient yourself, you may be aware, this is very close to the prior proposal, the public meeting about the quarry to the north. This site is land owned by James Dick Construction, and it is licensed for aggregate extraction. but it is a long-term holding of their land for aggregate extraction in the future. And they have signed exclusive rights for a solar facility to be sited on these lands. This is a property bound on the north by Concession Road 1, bound on the south by Concession Road A, and on the west side, I apologize, I forget the name of that road. You probably know that road on the west side. I think you're familiar with that location.
47, is it not?
47, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is some history here with this site. James Dick Construction and myself as lead developer have worked on this site about 8 years ago. We came to this council and I presented, I think, to some of you at that time. I may look familiar in that regard. And at that time, we did have a resolution of support for this project bidding to the ISO. So a little bit of deja vu with this site and this proposal. Next slide, please. This is just a schematic of how a solar project works generally. I think you're probably aware of other solar projects in the area. Broadly, I don't know if there's others in the township, but certainly to the south, I think I drove past a few this morning, and you've seen these. They're ground-mounted solar panels on racking on foundations that typically are 8 to 10 feet deep, depending on the geotechnical, and then the wires are buried under the ground, not overhead, to a collector point, and though that collector point then connects to the grid, either at the transmission level or at the distribution level. This project specifically is being proposed to connect to the distribution level. That's the local poles with the wires along the main highway here, Highway 12. Next slide, please. When we're talking about solar proposals, we want to address and have consultation and address concerns and issues that are raised with such developments. Of course, there's benefits, but there's also concerns that need to be reviewed and addressed. So for this project, we do plan to have extensive consultation within the community. We already, with Atura Power, are planning an open house for the general public next month at the end of July. There will be notices in the newspaper, and neighbors within 500 meters will be directly contacted and invited to that meeting. And of course, we invite any and all of you who are interested to come and learn more about solar at that time. That's going to be an open house at the Udney Community Center, just north of Brecken here. We want to assess over time with experts impacts to wildlife habitat at the site, address noise and viewscape concerns with the project, assess other elements of construction, potentially construction-related disturbance, traffic, lighting, dust. These are common concerns, well-founded concerns, and concerns that we typically have, we can address directly and have plans to mitigate. Then at the end of life, we have plans for the decommissioning and the removal of the facility and a return of the property to its original use, which is a licensed aggregate pit or future aggregate resources. Next slide, please. Of course, there are many benefits that come with such a development as well. Obviously, you get the green renewable energy generation into the grid, zero emissions, and also in this particular procurement, it's a cost competitive procurement. So the ISO is going to be procuring projects across Ontario based essentially on a cost per kilowatt hour of the power. And we believe we can be very cost competitive with solar power at this site. There's going to be tax revenue. There's going to be a large tax, millions of tax increase to the assessment base, which will generate, we estimate, hundreds of thousands of tax dollars per year. And that would be over the entire life of the project, essentially guaranteed, because the assessment and the facility is of fixed duration. It's an asset in the ground. It will be generating under contract for beyond 20 years. We estimate the life to be roughly 30 years. There will be also a proposed community benefit agreement, and we've already presented a template of that CBA, community benefit agreement, to the township staff, and we will be discussing and refining that, but it is our expectation that one will be in place prior to any submission to the ISO. There are also other spin-off benefits such as employment and local sourcing of materials and ongoing operations and maintenance at the site. Next slide, please. The ISO, on their side, they're the grid manager across Ontario. For those of you that may not be familiar with that acronym, they manage the grid and they balance supply and demand of electricity across all of Ontario. Right now, they are running the ISO LT2 Window 1 energy procurement, and they are seeking 3,000 gigawatt hours of new energy sources. They're going to be running multiple windows over the next few years. All technologies are eligible and evaluated on a balanced cost of power basis. So there's no advantage really for one over the other. Really, it is a cost and benefit, the best cost resources to the ratepayers that will be retained. This project here, we're proposing as roughly 20 to 25 megawatts of generation in that larger procurement. To be eligible to bid, we will be seeking a municipal support resolution from council and this group, but we will come back to make that request after we've done the open house, after we've addressed issues and provide more of a clear path forward for this facility. This is really just to open the discussion and address any initial concerns or questions the council may have. Next slide, please. This slide shows some project activities and timelines around what we're working on over the next few months. Right now, we're still working through preliminary site design and doing some field studies at the site, geotechnical studies, ground studies, wildlife studies. We will have the open house session next month at the end of the month. And then we will prepare a final formal bid package in the fall. During that time, we will also come back to council, I think toward the end of August, to present the results of the open house and seek a municipal support resolution to support our bid, which would be in October. If awarded under the ISO process, then the second stage of permitting is really the more formal provincial process under the REA, the Renewable Energy Approvals process. And there will be a requirement for multiple rounds of consultation, a more detailed, ratcheting up detailed studies, and further review of the project over the course of another year or two after that. So we're really at the early stages, the first steps of this evaluation process. The project, if built under this contracting window, would be a 2029 COD. Next slide, please. This is just a summary of the timelines I think I've just identified. And so I'll take the last few minutes here to open it up for questions from council. Thank you very much.
So this would be a 30-year project is what you're saying. So there obviously there'd be no quarry on that ground then for the next 30 years.
On that parcel, correct?
Yes. All right. I'll open it up to the council first. Any comments? Yeah. Councillor Snodgrass, go ahead.
3 quick questions. What's the capital cost of this project?
Approximately around $40 million.
Okay. What is the cost that you plan or that you will be receiving per kilowatt generated from under these contracts with the government?
That's still to be determined. That's the bid price of the facility, and we're working through the procurement pricing that we receive. We have to get the contractor estimates and obviously put together a pro forma financial model to bid a specific price. We submit a price to ISO, and that ISO scores it and grades it compared to all the other projects.
Can you give me a rough idea? Is it 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40? Or is it back where it used to be at 80 cents a kilowatt?
Yes. I can say that on a kilowatt hour basis, we anticipate that this site and winning sites will be in the probably 6 to 10 cent per kilowatt hour range, which is 60 to 80.
So you'll be selling it to 6 to 10 cents a kilowatt to the government.
I think that's the range of what probably will be winning pricing in this procurement.
Last question. How many acres will the solar equipment actually cover?
Yeah, very good question. The parcel itself is 400 acres, but we will not need the full 400 acres. We estimate that it'll be somewhere around 125 to 150 acres.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. My question, I know this is quite early, but this is just to give people a sense of what could happen on the property. So when I did a little bit of research, I see that there's mitigation strategies. So there's biodiversity. The next word I'm going to try to say, and then hopefully you're going to correct me when I say it not correctly, agrovoltaics. So integrating with agricultural practices so that there could be food. So did I say it right?
Yes,
Very good. All right.
agrivoltaics, yeah.
And then finally, there was habitat restoration, and then sustainable ground cover. So there's other practices that would maybe go along with this. And I'm wondering, are those things that you automatically build into the process?
Yes, so to first answer the questions, yes, it's early stage for us, so we don't have a full suite yet of what those on-site uses will be, but the principles are there. So first off, through the natural heritage assessment of the parcel, we are identifying areas of more rich habitat that will be left in place. So we're going to have as minimal an impact as we can. Obviously, the more clearing and more cutting and all those kind of things, the more cost it is to the project. So we're looking for areas of low impact, low tree cover, low tree value. Along with that, of course, is with the neighbors. We know on the west side, on the east side, we have a quarry. On the west side, we have neighbors, right? So we're trying to give buffers of tree cover, visual barrier. There's a berm on the south side already built by James Dick. And we're going to be speaking with them about other plans they have for the property, because there's no guarantee for us that we will win in this first round. So we're taking these planning for those mitigations forward. The other point about this parcel is it is not designated prime ag, and it is not in current agricultural use. It is not really, you can't use this land for any growing of any kind, really. So I don't think the agrivoltaics plan of growing crops under the panels, which is a good plan in better soil places, I don't think that will fly here, but we may it's common to do things like raising like sheep, or use some kind of ground cover grass to leave some habitat there.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. And my second question relates to water. So you heard the first presentation. So clearly water is a concern. And so can you just speak a little bit to what do you use the water for? How much do you use? How often? That sort of thing.
Yes, so absolutely a thorough water assessment will be done. The good news from our perspective for this project is it's not a project with depth, right? As we understand it with the preliminary geotech, it's quite rocky, right? We know it's aggregate resources. So there's going to be drilling of foundations into the rock. It's not very deep, so we don't intend to impact any groundwater. And once we actually are in operation, there's no need, as far as I know, there's no plan to do any watering or washing. There's sufficient rainfall to clean panels and that kind of thing. So really it's a water drainage management plan as opposed to any use, predominant use of water on the site.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Fisher. All right, a follow-up, Dave. Yep.
You said about washing them. So do these get washed or not washed?
No, that's what I said. To be clear, there's no washing.
But I've seen some in, like, I think it was Saudi Arabia. I saw the thing on TV where they have these automatic washers that go along and wash. So some have to be washed and some don't have to be washed?
I haven't done any projects in Saudi Arabia, full disclosure, so I don't know over there. I could imagine that in cases where it's very dry and they get no rain, it's probably worth the cost to go and wash them. So I've kind of heard of that, but for this site, we will not be doing that. To my understanding, there's no need.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough. I have chicken scratches all over the place because as I was writing questions, you were answering them. And maybe you have addressed this, and as I was scratching something out or putting down another thought, I might have missed it. But there was two things one is a concern and question, I guess. And then one is, can you provide a little bit more history? You'd mentioned that you were here about 8 years ago. And maybe it's through staff to get us that information just to see how we got from point A to point B. And then the second one, and it might be addressed at the same time, or maybe through our fire services. When we have solar panels with black surfaces, of course, we know that creates more heat. And then the concern is maintenance of the property underneath for fear fires and different things with the long grasses. So if there's not going to be sheep or goats on the property to help with that grass, is there plans through maintenance scheduling for regular grass cutting on that property just to reduce the risk of fire with the added heat from the panels?
Go ahead, Lucas.
Yes, I'll address the fire emergency response question first. It is customary, we will have a standard emergency response plan. We'll consult with some of the emergency services at the township to develop that plan. Fire risk on these sites is low. The requirement of the operator is to keep grasses cut and short. Of course, there are insurance provisions, things like that on the property that will, like, we need to meet the requirements of those insurance provisions. So, and also address the panels themselves. Yes, there are surfaces that are getting the sun, and there will be some heat heat transfer. But of course, they're designed to be as efficient as possible to absorb that heat and convert it into electricity. So, you know, I don't know of any cases where solar panels themselves combust. Now, it is an electrical system, so there's always risk for some fire, and we will have the emergency response plan. So there is maintenance on site, certainly, and maybe that's with animals or livestock or through some maintenance of the site. And the fire response with the experts with the township will be prepared.
Good. Councillor Toohey.
Thank you. Yeah, just going on to what Councillor Fisher had just asked, I guess the IESO recently had a proposal in Gravenhurst with the battery facility storage, and people were very concerned about the volatility of those storage, as well as the accessibility for fire crews to be able to address an emergency of that nature. So what you're saying then is this is not the same level of stored volatile energy with solar farms.
Correct. That's what I heard. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I could confirm, just to be clear, there is no battery project proposed with this facility. So it's completely separate issues.
So before I let you continue, I have to go, and I apologize to the presenter. I've got the Barrie annexation talks happening here at 1 o'clock, and that can affect us because it could affect Simcoe County. I will turn the meeting over to the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time.
All right, we'll continue on. Councillor Toohey.
Thank you. I just had two extra questions, if that's okay, through you. I guess I'm trying to learn more about solar farms in general, as we've got, you know, another proposal on the horizon as well. From an ecological standpoint, how deep do you excavate? You mentioned that there is digging down necessary for a base. Am I to understand that that base is all sort of like a gravel, and how deep would that go? Did you say 10 feet?
So to address the construction question, it depends on the underlying materials. So each site will be built differently, but it's not really an excavation. It's normally some kind of drill or foundation installed. It could be a concrete base, could be a pile, like a steel post. In this case, we think it will be probably drilling into the rock with posts. And then these posts create the racking, the support for the panels, which will be done in very distinct rows.
Okay, thank you. So there doesn't need to be, okay, because
yeah, there's no actual excavation, really.
Thank you. And that kind of leads to my third question. At the southeast portion of the property, there are some unevaluated wetlands. I know that in the past with some, for example, quarry applications where while they're not evaluated, that doesn't mean that they're not necessarily significant. Will you be treating those wetlands as though they are provincially significant?
We will be evaluating all the water on the site, the wetlands with obviously with experts, with wildlife and wetland experts. And currently we're assessing the property from a low, medium, high risk perspective and trying to focus the panels in the areas of lowest risk. So when we have a more evolved design and plan, we will present that to you, to the community, and ultimately the MECPs are the ones that have to approve, and the conservation groups have to review and give us feedback and approve the plan.
Thank you.
They will be evaluated. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Sack.
The current plan is for a tracking system, a single axis tracking system. But that's still in preliminary design, and we're evaluating both what's called a fixed tilt system, where the racks are fixed and the angle is set for the latitude and location and the sun intensity. So we are leaning toward a tracking system, but that's still, to be honest, potentially up for change. We have that number is based on an estimate of several factors. One is the equipment and the improvements on the land. The other is the rezoning of the land for the solar facility to industrial land use, which obviously is a big step up for tax base for potentially 150 acres or so of industrial land.
So as this goes along, I'd like to see those calculations so I know that I have confidence that they're going to be accurate.
Yes, and I'll also point out, Mr. Counselor, that that will also be proportional to the ultimate size of the project. So we intend to bid variance, right, scenarios that IESO can evaluate from as large as 22 to 24 megawatts, probably down to as small as about 10 megawatts. So of course, if they only retain the 10 megawatt version, that's going to materially affect the tax profile.
Follow up. So we've been through this as Dana said with other projects, and we know we've got other solar projects projected for the township. What are how many people do you think will apply for this? I'm trying to figure out, will 30% of these projects get approved, or will 80%, or what do you think your chances are of getting this approved? Because I know it takes a lot of work, and then
I will defer to not speak on behalf of Atura. I am a development consultant, and I know we have a great finance team going all the way up the chain who are working on crunching the numbers. I think what's most important at this stage with council is to know it is a competitive procurement all across Ontario on all types of generation. So it could be large scale wind farms, it could be gas plants, it could be biofuel, it could be hydro. So we know we have to be on a cost per kilowatt hour basis competitive to the best options open to Ontarians today.
let me try putting it another way. Out of all the people that are going to be applying for this, how many people will get turned down in the end? Do you think it'll be half of them? Like, because there's so many applications going in?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a high degree of competition.
Rejection.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you, I can add just, I think in the LT1, which was a prior process for capacity, I'm trying to remember how many winners were there. I think there was like 15 or something. Some, let's say, teams were winners, and at which Atura was one of the winners. But you can imagine that there's 10x of that's being proposed.
So 150 going in.
Something like that. I mean, we, of course, we're not privy to every single proposal, but it's on that scale.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. And I know that we're still in the very early, that you don't even have the approvals yet to move forward with this, but some of the questions that are popping into my head again, and because you do have other successful projects in the areas, you might be able to provide some level of answer. The one is, if you're tracking and using the equipment to follow the sun around so you can get what you need, the energy, what is the level of noise? Like, I've not been near one to know, like, is it something that's going to be an audible hum that neighbors are going to be able to hear, or is it fairly silent? I just don't know what the answer is.
Great question around noise studies. So we will conduct a detailed noise assessment for the site. The by and large, 99.9% of the noise from a facility like this comes from the inverters. The inverters convert DC energy from the panels into AC, a higher voltage for the grid. And you'd know this kind of, even some of the transformer boxes or cylinders on the poles, you can kind of hear a hum sometimes. Those are modeled at their worst case generation. And on a site like this, there might be something like 6 or 8 distinct inverter locations, and we will model them in their worst case scenario. The tracking, yes, there is a motor system, but recall that it's moving very slowly. It's barely moving, right? So it's not like a constant motion equipment, and it's very slowly tracking. And that is considered by the noise experts insignificant. We don't even model that motor noise because it's insignificant compared to these kind of little mini substations throughout the project that are gathering and upping the voltage.
Okay.
And then, the inverters.
Thank you. The second one that I'd written down was the heights of, and they might be, there might not be consistency through various sites, but depending on the height, I know that I have driven even past a building that has some on there, thinking all of a sudden you get a glare, a blinding glare, kind of like when you're driving into the sun. Are those types of considerations taken when when the developer puts these projects out there, that it would be minimum impact of glare for people driving by or people living nearby.
Yes, that is considered with the solar projects. There's several things we do in the design stage that can mitigate that. The simplest is, as we've talked about earlier, making sure there's some visual barriers, the berms at the south end of the site. And of course, glare will always be a reflective concern from the angle of the sun. So there's certain angles will never get glare, right behind the panels, things like that. Also with the tracking system we're employing, the tracker is designed to reflect directly at the sun, right? It should always be aligned. So that greatly reduces that risk. If ever we go to a fixed tilt system, there's a thorough glare analysis that is done as well. So there's different ways we can model that and account for that.
Go ahead, Councillor Tu.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Do these panels, speaking of light, do they emit their own light at all at night from the energy or whatever necessary light that they have? Like, I'm just wondering, I'm worried about the dark sky.
Thank you for the question. No, there's no light or emission, and the site cannot generate at night. Sometimes that's a question. Hey, is it going to be operating at night? No. And I understand some people don't even fully understand that concept. So it is important for us to say, because the noise modeling, for example, that we do, which is a common concern by neighbors, they're worried, well, what about all night when I'm sleeping? You're modeling it as humming all night. And it's because we're modeling the worst case scenario, but we point out to them, the solar project can only hum or generate electrical noise when it's generating. So, and it's with the lighting, so there's no direct light coming from the panels. There may be 1 or 2 safety lights at the gates, those kind of things that will be done through discussion with the township and in some cases Transport Canada, and assessment of what is needed for safety and minimum lighting. But the perimeter of the fence, to my knowledge, is never lit. That depends on specific site, but I've never seen a solar project with lights on the perimeter. So I think there's only going to be a few lights at the gate as like a safety. We might have a camera on the gate with a light. You're welcome.
Any other questions? I just had one. How close is this to the active gravel pit currently? Because I mean, it's great to say that in theory, you're not going to worry about washing these, but we also know the dust that's created through the gravel pits, and how are you going to mitigate that?
Yeah, the ongoing operation of the James Dick site is a concern and something, frankly, it's one of the biggest impacts we have to address. At present, the design is several hundred meters away from the active quarry. And as our design evolves, and again, if we are awarded a contract, we have all of 2026, frankly, to refine the plan. And it's a big site. We only need about a third, maybe even just a quarter of the land. And we will make sure that we're sufficiently far that dust and their blasting and those kind of impacts are not a direct impact to our project.
Thank you. All right. Oh, yeah, one more question.
We talked about the operation. What about the construction period? How long? I think I saw that in here, but like, what happens during the construction period with noise and all that type of stuff?
Yeah, during the construction stage of the solar facility, first of all, it takes about 1 season, 1 year to construct from start to finish this size of facility. So we're talking 1 construction season, likely a summer or fall season. It's more costly to do it in winter. There will be delivery trucks and some heavier equipment driving these piles, nothing at the level of blasting at a quarry, but there will be some disturbance, and we will have to work with the township and with the neighbors. Obviously, time of day, what are the days of the time of operation, appropriate speed limits, perhaps dust control, things like that. Standard mitigation measures for temporary construction over the course of 3 to 6 months.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Now, you may want to stick around, and we can't answer, but we're going to open public forum, and there is one individual who's registered to speak, and it is in this regarding this presentation. So you may want to just hear what they have to say.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. We're going to move into open forum, which is 8, which we have Mr. Maurice McMillan. He wanted to speak on 7.2. If you'd like to come up to the mic.
Evening or afternoon, Mayor or Deputy Mayor and Council. I come from 6956 McMillan Side Road. I've been involved with the power business all my life and working life. In a way, there's a lot of deception going on here. I go back to the first phase of the Green Energy Act, the solar farms and the wind, and of course, natural gas generation. So when somebody comes to see you and says, solar power is going to be so many cents, they have to also tell you the other combination of costs. So every megawatt of solar you produce, you have to produce a megawatt of natural gas. So it's a combo cost. And also, not only a combo cost, it has combo implications on the environment, financial costs. And so I heard the same argument here today as I heard in 2009 when the Green Energy Act first phase come in. There was no electrical need for more generation in 2009 than there is in 2025, especially this kind of generation. Base load nuclear would be fine, but this is not. So this two-price system of natural gas generation to operate when solar and wind do not produce is not just natural gas. It's coal bed methane, CBM, coal bed methane, that's entered into the electrical supply for Ontario. Coal bed methane itself is a highly dangerous gas. It's 28 times, according to statistics, more damaging to the environment than carbon dioxide or from cars. So 28 times, and what it does, methane enters the atmosphere and traps heat onto the earth. So if you follow that, you'll follow the fires circulating from California all the way up through Alberta, Saskatchewan, and coming to Ontario. So to understand that, so
if you could maybe just summarize, Maurice, because you're only supposed to speak for 1 minute, so we've given you some leniency because you are low. I know you have an expert background in this, but
okay. So you got the coal bed methane for an issue, and the cost. The cost of that coal bed methane, natural gas, solar has cost the province or the people of Ontario 25 cents a kilowatt today versus 3.8 cents a kilowatt in 2009. We are now selling power to the United States at 4.2 cents a kilowatt hour in building, and that's our water and nuclear facilities, selling that to the States while we're importing natural gas from the States to make more power available at 4.2 cents a kilowatt to the United States. It does not make any sense. And you see the size of homelessness today. These people have been done out of a job. We had industry. We cannot have industry at 25 cents a kilowatt hour. We had all the industry we could have workers for in 2009. We have none comparably to that. So if you take these guys, these people behind me for this belief, you have to look at these things.
Okay. We got to finish up, then, Maurice.
These long-term contracts are an indication to you that we cannot continue this path. We will enter into bankruptcy. We watch the homeless, we watch the people in Ontario now struggling, 40% of the people that pay everybody's wages, that police, fire, and everybody up, all the services, they're struggling to eat. 40% of the population finances the total operation. If you're there hungry and homeless and can obviously not produce a replacement population, you're heading down a blind road.
Thank you very much. I got it. I got it. It's okay. Okay. Thank you very much. On to 9. We'll get a couple of these wrapped up before we take a break for lunch. It's going to be a long meeting today. So we have council meetings. Are we going to have, is the clerk reading the motion? Sorry. Are we going back to that method, or do you want me to read through them?
That's correct, Deputy Mayor. I can read the motions for you. So the motion for council meeting minutes dated June 2nd is that the council meeting minutes dated June 2nd, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Okay, so put that on the floor. Councillor Bell, followed by, or seconded by Councillor Goff. Any questions?
There's just a typo. Just my name is missing on one page, so just we need to amend that.
Okay, if
It's
that's
all
the
right now.
case, could we have the, go ahead.
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. We will make sure that that amendment is made, and certainly if members of council see that when they get your packages, just let us know and we'd be happy to make that change. And if I can, Deputy Mayor, just with respect to the order of the agenda, if I can just be allowed a comment after you pass the motion to deal with the minutes.
Yep, of course. Okay. So we have first and as amended, both of you okay with that? Okay. All in favor? That is carried. And 2, we have council meeting closed minutes dated June 2nd, 2025.
That the council closed session meeting minutes dated June 2nd, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Any questions? All in favor? That is carried. I'll turn it over to the CAO, Gail Jackson, to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We do have a consultant here, our auditors, and they have a pretty busy day, and wondering if council would give consideration to enabling the auditors to present now prior to breaking for lunch, just because they are on a time crunch.
Anybody oppose? Okay, we'll do that first then. Which item is that, Gail? Sorry.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what we will do is go into committee of the whole. So the deputy clerk will introduce that motion, and then we'll start right off with the auditors.
Okay.
Thank you. The motion reads that council now recess and convene as committee of the whole at 12:16.
Okay, somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. We're now in the committee of the whole. And do we want to move right into closed session then? We're going to go from here. Okay. So we'll
Through
do
you,
this.
Deputy Mayor, what we'll be doing is going into committee of the whole and dealing with the departmental report, item number 1, which is the financial statements. And I believe Ms. Higgins has just asked the consultant to come in to do the presentation. And if I can, Mr. Deputy Mayor, not to add another level of confusion, I apologize, but it is a busy day and we do have lots of consultants here with us today. We have our planning consultant, and if council would also give consideration to moving that matter up, depending, of course, on how long the auditors take. So perhaps we could address that after the auditors.
Sounds good. Thank you. Are the auditors here personally or are they online? Oh, they're here. Okay. You want to bring them in?
Yeah, I just went and asked him to come over. He's on his way.
Just while we're doing that, I told.
Okay. Come on up, sir. You're on the hot seat. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for accommodating the change. So yes, so I'm here to present the financial results for the Township of Ramara for the December 31st, 2024. So first off, a couple things. In 2023, there was a fairly significant change for PSAB requirements. This year, there was only one change that impacted the municipality, and the scope of that was much smaller than the prior year change was. So sorry, PSAB, Public Sector Accounting Standard Board. Yes, yes, yeah. Okay, all right, good. All right, so so as a result, then there was much less change to the 2024 statements as there was to the 2023 financial statements. So we've presented a PowerPoint slide deck to run through that, as we find that to be much easier. So first off, within the slide deck is a summary of the important paragraph out of the independent auditor's report that, in our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the township at December 31st, 2024, and the results of its operations and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, or more commonly known as PSAB. So that is your standard clean unqualified auditor's report. And when we say consolidated, the numbers we look at will include the operations of the library board and Lagoon City as well. Moving to the next slide, our audit procedures are complete, and a summary of our audit procedures are there, and they include reviewing of council minutes, gathering our evidence by doing substantive testing, by doing sampling, as well as looking at the inflows and the outflows of your transactions, being your revenues, your disbursements and payroll, your outflows, and how things get adjusted. That would be your journal entries. Overall, the audit is complete now, pending council approval of the financial statement, receipt of some letters from management, as well as receipt of the legal letter. Overall, there were no significant difficulties encountered during the audit or changes to our initial audit plan or disagreements with management, and excellent cooperation from your management and staff. There are still two uncorrected items on your statement of uncorrected differences. These items were the same ones that were there last year in relation to the debt, the accrued interest not being reported on the debt. That amount has gotten smaller, and as well to the uncollectible receivable amount that is still being worked on. There was an approval to write some of that off, but still there are still some items that may be uncollectible. So we've summarized that, and there's a difference that we've calculated a difference there. So in total, that those two items added together at the end of this year is $177,000. Last year it was $221,000. So it's getting smaller each year, and it should be getting smaller each year. So so that's just a summary of items that were not adjusted. Next, on the following slide, you will see the slide shows your financial assets at the end of the year. So PSAB breaks down the statement of financial position, or the balance sheet, in between financial assets, which are assets that are either cash or can be turned into cash. So and you can see there that overall your financial assets did decrease during the year, and that's as a result of you moving your financial resources down into acquiring capital assets. So it's taking them out of a financial asset, moving them below the line into hard hard physical assets like all the work you did on Road 47 and all those type of things. So that, and as well too, your accounts payable are down year over year. And within your sewer operations, there was a decline in the actual sewer operating deficit. And as well too, there was some unfinanced capital outlay in relation to sewer / wastewater works, causing your cash to be down. Some of that was recovered in 2025 when you borrowed for about $1.5 million. So that will help the cash balance there. Your receivables with your activity in relation to capital works this year, your HST receivable within your accounts receivable also increased by about 300,000. As well, your taxes receivable, like a lot of municipalities in 2024, we've seen that balance grow. At the end of 2024, the amount, including penalties and interest of the total levy, and when I say total levy, that includes both the county and the school boards, as well as the township's portion. That percentage is 11.3%, up from 9.7% in the prior year. So when you're looking at the ministry guide or indicators of financial health, that moves you from a low risk to a medium risk range. Back in 2020, you were at 12.6%, so that just gives you an idea. And the years in between, you were lower than that. Your land held for resale, you did sell. There were 5 land sales amounting to about 19, almost 20 acres of land sold in the industrial park. So that brought in almost $1.5 million in revenue, and the cost of that land was about $840,000. Your long-term receivables are still there. They were paid down, and they relate to long-term fees for the Brecken sewer and sewers, and as well the Bayview water main extension. And you still have your CIBC principal protected investments, and they grew this year by growth at about $10.5 million. Then the following slide gives you the bar chart of the 5-year history, and you can see there the investments growing and the cash declining in the later years. Next, we come to the financial liability. So this shows who you owe money to. Overall, with the completion of your roads work, Road 47 in 2024, there were holdbacks and related liabilities for that, causing the decrease there. Your deferred revenue obligatory reserve funds remained fairly consistent. There was a bit of an increase in your development charges, but you used a little more of your Canada Community Building Fund, causing that variance. Your deferred revenue, so this is where the one Public Sector Accounting Board change, or PSAB change, impacted your statement of financial position. The revenue standard implication was that for building permit fees, any fees that you've collected where you haven't done the work yet, you're supposed to defer an estimate of that revenue until you complete the work. Whereas before, anytime you collected a building permit fee, it was recognized in that year. So you're not going to lose any money. It's just the timing of when you recognize that revenue. You paid your debt down by about $372,000, and your asset retirement obligation just increased slightly by some changes in estimates. And the following slide gives you the 5-year bar chart on that. The next slide, your net financial assets. You can see there you were nicely in the black from 2020 to 2022, and then in the last couple of years where you've incurred a lot of capital, you'll see where the net financial assets decreased a fair bit in 2023, and then actually just went into the red in 2024, not by a large amount, but when you're acquiring a lot of capital. Of course, it costs a lot more than what it originally had for you to acquire some of those assets. And then if you take a look at the next slide, your non-financial assets. So these are the assets that you own and hold and use to provide services that you don't normally try to turn into cash. And you can see there that the net book value of your tangible capital assets did increase significantly, $7.5 million. And then your prepaid expenses remain fairly consistent. And then you can see there that the next slide shows you the allocation of your additions to tangible capital assets. And that total was almost $11 million, and as well too, roads and bridges being the largest component there. And then you can see there on the following slide, your tangible capital assets versus your amortization. You will see there that the 2023 and 2024, the large capital additions coincide with the reduction of your net financial assets a few slides back. So it just shows that you're taking your financial assets and investing them into capital assets. Next, we come along to your summary of accumulated surplus. And this slide just shows you the amount of funds that you have and you can utilize moving forward. Overall, the amount you have invested in your capital assets did increase a fair bit. That is with all your additions in the current year. So that's comprised of almost $77 million in net book value. You still have some unfinanced capital in relation to that, related to sewer of about $1.7 million. You also take away your long-term debt and your asset retirement obligations. So of your accumulated surplus, 76 million, 67 million of that does relate to your capital assets. And then as well, within your sewage works, you still have for Brecken Sewers that there's still a $3.2 million deficit in there. And then operationally, there was about $1 million loss in sewer operations for the year. And then you still have some your equity in your land held for resale with all the sales just went back to negative temporarily. And then it's the reserve and reserve fund. So these are the amounts you have to utilize moving forward. You can see there that there was a $64,000 increase year over year in your reserves. That was good to see that it didn't decline too much at the end of the year with all your capital activity. And then as well too, the next slide just shows you your reserve and your reserve funds over the last 5 years in a bar chart. The next slide just shows you your consolidated statement of operations. Shows you on a PSAB basis that at the start of the first column shows the budget. And of course, as you know, you cannot budget for a surplus. So this $6.9 million PSAB operating surplus, the reconciliation of that to bring it to zero is down below. You can see there that since PSAB treats the operating fund, the capital fund, and the reserve funds all as one equity portion, whereas when you set your tax rates, they're all treated separately. So you can see there that the amounts for amortization and additions to capital assets and transfers to and from reserves, and as well to your principal repayments on debt. For PSAB, they're not an expense, but you do have to raise those through taxation. And then you can see there with the actuals for the 2023 and 2024, and with the utilization of reserves and unfinanced capital, those amounts do come to zero as well at the end of 23 and 2024. You can the next slide shows your revenues and your expenses on a PSAB basis, and years where you're acquiring capital assets, where you have other sources of income. You should see the blue bar being higher than the orange bar, and that happened in 2024. And next week, you'll see their schedule of revenues for your financial activities. Overall, The budget was about $26.9 million and you came in at $28 million. So with additional interest and additional monies, penalties and interest on taxes, that causes the largest variance in that line item. And as well too, you also utilize some of your Canada Community Building Fund. Majority of that was used for Road 47, and within sale of land and others, majority of that is almost made up of your sale of land at your industrial park. And then the following slide gives you an idea is the breakdown of that, and the property taxation is the largest share of that pie. And then when we take a look at your operations on where you spent your money, you will see there that general government was slightly under budget, whereas some fire operating costs came in higher. Transportation services, within there is amortization being higher than budget, as well as loss on disposal, and then as well too with some costs in relation to winter control were higher. Environmental services, some additional work that was needed on the Bayshore hauling and spray fields there caused some of that variance to come in higher than budget. And then the one thing for planning and development, the budget doesn't include the cost of the sale of the land, where the actual does include the $841,000 in the cost of the land that was sold. So if that wasn't included in there, that line item would have been below budget as well. And the following slide gives you a pie chart of that. And then the final slide, segmented information, gives you an idea of the type of expenses that were incurred during the year. And a couple things to point out within the contracted services line, that's where some of the overage was for wastewater services, and of course the OPP contract is within there. And then as well too, you will see there the cost of the sale of land and loss on disposal of TCA, also broken out separately, giving you the $23.2 million in expenses, and that's where things ended up for the municipality at the end of 2024.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. Open up for questions from council. So everybody need a minute to. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, the motion reads that report TR-05-25 be received as information.
So put that on the floor for me. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor?
The recommendation was that we received his information, but the agenda says in that same day ratification.
I apologize, I missed that line. And that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Good catch. All right. You're good with that? You're good with that, Dana? Okay. All in favor? All right. That is carried. Thank you very much. See you next year. All right. Do we have a second? We're going to go for another presentation.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if in fact members of council would agree, it would be very much appreciated if we could go to item number 5 on the committee of the whole agenda. Ms. Dong, is that the one?
Okay. Is everybody in favor? Any opposition to that? Okay, we'll go ahead with it. Okay.
So this one is pretty straightforward. It is the Highland Mills plan of subdivision. Not the first time you've seen it. So they are ready for draft plan approval now. It is 46 residential lots with private wells and private septic systems. They will be serviced by internal roads, streets A and B, which will be named at a future time. There's reserves along Muley Point and the MTO Highway 12 to ensure that all the accesses are on those lots. The staff report BP 25 is fairly extensive. The draft conditions are all fairly standard conditions, so they'll work for through those the next 3 years to work towards their final approval. So open to any questions you may have.
Okay, we'll open up for questions. Any council members have questions? All right, well, this is pretty exciting, getting some development going in our township, so we must be pretty happy about that. So that's great. Okay.
Okay,
The motion for that?
the motion reads that report BP 25 a draft plan subdivision file RA T 2201 for 4836 Muley Point Road, submitted by Highland Mills Development, Inc., be received. And that the draft plan of subdivision RA T 2201 for 46 residential lots be approved, subject to the draft conditions set out in Appendix A of this report. And that the draft plan approval for draft plan of subdivision RA T 2201 lapse after a period of 3 years from the date of council approval in the event that a subdivision agreement is not executed within that time period.
All right. Councilor Goff, okay, seconded by Councilor Bell. Yeah, go ahead.
I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it fast enough, but there's been a lot of questions about pedestrian traffic across Muley Point to get to the school. And since I can't find it, can somebody tell me how that's been addressed?
Yes, so there will be provision for sidewalks within the subdivision as well as along Muley Point Road within the one section. And then there will be painting and additional signage put up. MTO didn't want any crosswalks with any lights. So there will be painting that direct the students to go to the appropriate entrance at the school, which will be finalized during the detailed design.
So they won't be forced, will the kids be forced to go back to the lights to cross the street?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay, so there's gonna be a crosswalk. I'm just trying to repeat. There's a crosswalk, they stick out their fingers, the car stops and they cross the street.
So it'll be a painted sidewalk with signage, but there'll be no lights. So it won't be kind of those, those flashing crosswalks, things like that. It won't be that. So there will be painted lines on the road, and there will be additional signage plus the photo radars going in there as well.
There would be a crosswalk attendant there for school time hours. Is that correct?
Most likely, I really am not sure. I guess it depends how many students end up coming from the subdivision, right? Depending on how quickly it is built out. I do know that the school boards, if they don't have hired crosswalks that will go because there's enough demand, sometimes they will through CAA do like a safe children accessing school where they'll get like grade 6 through grade 8 to help the smaller ones cross the school at that point. So it'll be sort of a logistical thing that's sorted out afterwards.
So is the crossing of the street, is there opportunity for further discussion on this as we go down the road, or is what you're telling us the final?
So we will be, they do have to satisfy the conditions of doing the sidewalk design and that type through the actual detailed design of the subdivision. So we can certainly keep council up to date on those conversations. Is there something specific that you're looking for?
No, I was just reading that there was residents who were worried about that, and I couldn't find it fast enough. And is there going to be any adjustment to the speed zone there is what?
40.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Oh, Councilor Tu.
Thank you. I just had kind of following up to what Councillor Snetch had said. I was just sort of looking at the mapping for the trails. I wasn't certain if there was any potential within the development sort of factoring in the trail coming through the development that way rather than forcing them to go down, I guess, Melrose towards the south part where it meets Muley Point Road.
Sorry, through the chair, are you asking about like a recreation trail?
Just an extension of the Ramara Trail. That's all. I just wasn't sure if it was factored in at all as to coming through this community, or is that something we can address within the Trails Committee?
Yeah, there's no, the local roads within this subdivision do not have access to any neighboring properties. So everything comes in and out of Muley Point, and then it sort of backs onto a wetland and the servicing lands of Lake Point Village. So like where their sewage area is. So there's really no provision for access from Lake Point to Muley Point.
That's perfect. Thank you. That's good to know.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Snatch, what time do you have to leave? 1 o'clock. Is everybody okay to push through as much as we can while Councillor Snetch is still here, or do we need a short break?
I don't know how we need to continue if I leave.
We'll still have quorum.
Well,
I thought it was unanimous.
yeah, I'm just
Councillor Hall?
starting, like it, but it's 20, it's 1:45, like, so I think we need to have lunch. Like,
There has to be unanimous
Okay.
decision after 3.5 hours.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as per the procedure bylaw, if there is going to be a requirement to go beyond 4:30, you require 2/3 of members of council to agree to go beyond, but you certainly can continue your meeting.
Okay, so I hear people have to go to the bathroom and have lunch, so we'll decide to take a break here. Go ahead. Amber.
So if I can, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just a motion to recess and please advise what time you would like to reconvene. And when we do reconvene, we will move forward with the closed session items.
Okay, so is 1:15 okay with everybody? Half an hour? Is that sufficient?
I mean, is that going to give everybody time to have lunch? Half an hour? I don't know. It's not, I don't think it's enough time. No, I think we need 45 minutes probably.
Okay, 45 minutes. We'll do 1:30. All right, somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Chu, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you. See everybody at 1:30. Is Counselor Snutch here still? I thought he was still here. Oh, he had to leave. Okay. Okay, great. Welcome back. I'm going to turn this over to our clerk and we'll do a roll call first, I guess, just attendance to make sure we have quorum.
I can confirm that you have quorum.
Okay, thank you. And has Counselor Bell joined us online? We have 4 out of 5, so we're okay. We can move forward. So she's absent as of right now, but will let us know when she comes in. Thank you. Okay, and then I think we're going to we're going to enter into closed session. Is that right? Do we have a motion? For that?
Correct, yes. That in accordance with section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001, notice is given that committee of the whole enter into closed session pursuant to section 239(2)B and F of the act.
Perfect. Okay, so for that, Councilor Goff, second by Councilor Fisher, all in favor? It's carried. So we'll just go into are we going to stay here at Bates Room? Bates Room, okay. Councilor Ballas just showed up, so we'll head into the Bates Room. Thank you. Welcome back, June 23rd. We're now in committee of the whole, coming out of closed session. I'm going to let the clerk read the motions.
That we rise from committee of the whole closed session at that's 1:56 PM and reconvene into open session and report. And that was moved by Councillor Fisher and Councillor Tuyu.
And that was, do you want me to vote again or we're good to go?
That was to enter into open session.
Okay, all in favor?
Okay. And the closed session reports. The first one was to appoint a new member to the Climate Action, or new members to the Climate Action Committee. And the motion reads that council receive report CD 1625 as information, and that council appoint the following individuals to the Climate Action Committee for the term ending November 16th, 2026. Chantel Trayon, Noah Stigman, and Joanne Mohan. And that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, so I put that on the floor for him, please. Councillor Tuyu, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? That is passed.
The second report is for Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission applications for 2025. The recommendation is that council receives report CD 1725 for information, and that Tom Hart be appointed to the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission for a 3-year term ending June of 2028, and that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay. Councillor Goff put it on the floor. Councillor Fisher seconded. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? That's carried unanimously.
The third report is a memorandum from Eric Davis from Smith Valleret Law Firm LLP with respect to roles and responsibilities. The recommendation reads that Eric Davis, Smith Valleret Law Firm LLP correspondence with respect to roles and responsibilities be received, and that council advised the commission that we are unopposed to releasing this report to the public.
So put that forward. Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor?
Right. I just needed to add to the bottom of that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratifications.
Mover and seconder, okay with that? You good with that, Councillor Bell? Okay. All right, all in favor? That's carried. Okay. And now I might need some help getting back on track because we've jumped all over the place. Where are we going now? Going back to 2?
Deputy Mayor, yes, you are on agenda item 2.
Agenda item 2, 11.2, which is Kuching OPP Detachment Board Administrative Support. Anybody want to speak to this?
And the motion reads that the Kuching OPP Detachment Board be advised that the Township of Ramara will no longer provide administrative support to the board effective January 1st, 2026.
Okay, so put that forward. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All that for discussion. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. So in the report, it says that the first time I read it, I read that we're paying 94.5. So I just want to clarify. So there's 4 different participants. And if you do the math, 23.9 times 4 is actually 95.6, not 94.5. So I don't know if one municipality is paying a different amount than the other municipalities, small amount, but just I'm not sure if the math is not right, or I wasn't sure what was up with that. And then, so this is a new committee that just came together. So it's obviously going to be heavy on the administration in the beginning. And then I noticed that it has petered off quite a bit since those first few months. So I have a number of questions and concerns about, I'm really confused about why we would want to exit another Aurelia Lake Country initiative where all of our partners are going to remain. So it sounds to me like what we're saying right now is our budget allocation for 25 stays the same, but that our intent is to not involve ourselves in policing in 26. So that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, we'll stop there and we'll let CAO Jackson.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and certainly if Ms. Connor has anything further to add, certainly she's been part of this overall issue. Just to be very clear, Mr. Chair, is that at this point, what the township is suggesting is that we will no longer provide the administrative support. We will still be very much part of that board. It's just that we will not be paying, or sorry, not providing the actual resources to sort of clerk that that particular committee, but we will be absolutely involved in every aspect.
So that, just for clarification for the public, that will not impact our involvement with them or our services or anything.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want clarification on that if I can, please, because we're already paying for OPP. So I'm not asking if we're still going to continue to fund the OPP each year. I'm asking specifically because you've put the terminology purposely in that says the 2025 budget allocation. So that's a red flag for me that says we don't intend to budget for this in 2026. So I just want to be clear, is our intent to exit the detachment board in 2026? Because that's what this seems to suggest.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it is not our intent to exit the board. In fact, we're obligated to be part of it, along with our partners, the City of Aurelia, Township of Ramara, and Severn. We will be very much a part of that board.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we've left other boards that we're supposed to be a part of. So I just wanted to make sure of that.
If we could please stop.
And so my next question is, because I'm not grasping, I can't imagine that one municipality was asked to spend 70 hours per month, and then the other municipalities were asked to spend, I don't know how many hours per month. So I don't imagine, I don't understand how it could even be 70 hours a month as we move forward. I can see again that there were some heavy administrative pieces in the beginning because this all had to be put together. I understand that. But even when we look ahead this year, the meetings are every second month. So it's not, so I don't know where we're getting the number 32,500 from because it seems pretty steep. So I also would like to know, what are the other member municipalities offering? So would Ramara be saying, we're going to take away our support, but you three municipalities all still have to send some kind of support? And that may not be a secretary treasurer, but maybe at their end, they do all the research and analysis of a given item. So what are the other municipalities offering? So are we saying we want to remove ourselves in the sense that we're not going to be an active supporter, but you all three municipalities still have to continue to do that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a partnership. So it is a partnership with the City of Aurelia, the Township of Ramara, and the Township of Severn. We're all equal partners. We will all be paying the same amount. We will all be providing the same level of service in terms of our membership. Where the board ultimately goes with their staffing requirements will be discussed at the board. That is yet to be determined in terms of whether they'll hire someone to do that, or perhaps one of the other partners may offer up a resource. And if they do, then it would be the requirement of the Township of Ramara to pay its equal share. So it is an equal partnership. We will all be in working together. This report simply says that at this point in time, the township does not have the resources to provide the administrative support.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Councilor Bell.
I just really wanted to have confirmation that we will be an equal partner in always. And so that even if we're leaving the administration piece, then there's other pieces.
Please move on. Next question.
And so I guess the other thing would be is just in the future, I would want to know that, because up until now, any of the OPP detachment minutes that have come to us and anything I've tried to discuss, I was either stopped with the gavel or interrupted, that sort of thing. And so we asked for information to come back. Who you're going to call was one of those pieces. And I had asked questions about some of the other things that came in the minutes. And I was told that the minutes are there for you to read, and that's that. And I don't think that active participation is council reading a set of minutes. Active participation.
So is there a question here, or is this just a rant?
I'm sorry, are you interrupting?
I'm the chairperson. I can interrupt you at any time.
Yes, actually, the procedure bylaw says you can't interrupt.
No, it doesn't.
You can't interrupt.
I don't think
you can wait till I finish.
Excuse me, Councilor Bell. You're off track. And if you can't stay on track, yes, you are. You're not asking a question. What is your question?
I have 3 minutes to speak to a
What is your
matter and I
question?
haven't even come close yet.
What is your question?
I'm going to call a point of order because I have 3 minutes to speak to a matter.
You have to get to a question. We're asking
I
questions.
will, but I have
Okay.
3 minutes to speak to a matter. So are you
But
going to,
about
every
the-
time you
about the
interrupt me,
matter-
then I just
excuse
need
me.
to start again?
About the matter, not about other things that have
This
nothing to do
is
with this
about the matter. This
Okay.
is absolutely about the matter. This is about.
Carry
the
on, but stay on
administrative
track with
support.
the topic.
So my question is, moving forward, what kind of, what is the expectation? So are we just going to see minutes put on an agenda and then we can't talk about these things? Because I would like to know, as we move forward with the OPP Detachment Board, what does administrative support look like? What are all 4 municipalities offering? How can the Township of Ramara support those? And how are the other townships supporting those? So just to see a set of minutes doesn't answer the questions about the support that we're offering. And so when I hear us saying, well, we're going to pull this administrative support, I have concerns about how we're going to be participating overall. So I would like to know that there's going to be active participation and not just minutes put onto a council information package that can then not be discussed.
CAO Jackson, could you answer that again, please?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So as an equal partner, we have the opportunity to appoint representatives, and those representatives for the Township of Ramara, gentleman by the name of Mr. Ian Brown and Councillor Snatch. So they are Ramara's representatives on that board. So if members of council have any questions with respect to the activities on that board, feel free to reach out to those representatives. If not, you will certainly get a copy of the minutes. And if you have questions with respect to the minutes, Mr. Chair, then I would certainly recommend that again, you reach out to the representatives that this council has ultimately appointed to represent you on that board.
Thank you very much. Okay. Did you have any more questions?
I do, thank you. So if I go ask the representative, how does that tell the public what the Township of Ramara is doing to support the OPP detachment? If the member who is appointed doesn't come back and report to the balance of council, i.e. the public, then how does the public know what the Township of Ramara is doing to help itself access police services? Should not the member be reporting to council? That's why we have council member reports.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly at this point, again, I go back to the fact that Township has determined that the 2 representatives would be the representatives that I've identified. They do provide a copy of the minutes, which is a reflection of the activities. And so if there's further requirements that council may have with respect to a reporting relationship, then I would strongly suggest that a member of council perhaps bring forward an inquiry motion to ask for further reporting. But at this stage, the process is you have appointed 2 representatives. They speak on behalf of council at the board. They report back via the minutes. And if there's anything further that council would like to have, then I would suggest an inquiry motion identifying what the next steps would be at that point.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. All in favor? Oh, do you want to read? Go ahead. All in favor? As carried. Okay.
I want to be able to object though. I'm going to want to object to withdrawing our administrative support. So we'll have to pull this as a separate item, I guess. I know I can't.
So you're asking to be pulled at council?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. On to item number 3. 2026 method of voting municipal and school board election.
The motion reads that report CD-15-25 regarding 2026 method of voting for the municipal and school board election be received, and that staff be authorized to prepare for a hybrid voting system using paper ballot with tabulators and internet telephone voting for the 2026 municipal and school board election, and that the paper ballot election with tabulators occur on 3-day advance voting dates only, and that staff prepare the required bylaws to authorize the use of optical scan tabulators and an alternative voting method, and that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, so I'm going to put this on the floor, please. Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor 2U. Questions or comments? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. This is just an administrative one that I didn't notice, or I would have brought it to staff's attention prior. In the report itself, under the suggested motion, when you read it in the report, it says report CD-21. The title of the report is called CD 1525. So I don't know.
Thank you, Councillor Fisher. It is
Okay, I didn't know if
report
there was,
CD.
if I was missing something. I'm like, what's this report? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Goff.
Sorry, I have a concern over the number of voting days for in-person voting, because I know in past elections, even the most recent by-election, there were a lot of people that really liked the fact that they could actually come in, fill out a paper ballot. We're only doing 3 days. Advance. When are those 3 days going to be? Like, are they going to be a couple weeks before, week of the election?
Thank you, Councillor Goff. Those, what I'm proposing is that those advanced voting days will be 3 advanced voting days. It'll be a Wednesday in the evening and a weekend. And it will be probably a week before the election. So there will be online telephone voting occurring about 10 days prior to, and then the weekend before will be the advanced voting.
Another question. Are we using the same company that we have used in the past?
Yes, we are.
Okay, another follow-up. During the by-election that we recently had, there was a lot of errors in the voters list. What are we doing to ensure that we have an up-to-date voters list without all the errors?
Thank you, Councillor Goff. We are working with Elections Ontario as we speak in order to clean that list up as best we can. Keep in mind, we were one of the first municipalities that were using that list. Since then, we've had like best practices, best tips. Other municipalities have had by-elections. So we're working with Elections Ontario to make it the best list we can.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just on your question, with only 3 days, were there any complaints that we received at the last election to say to us that 3 days wasn't enough, or feedback that says that it was?
No, I didn't receive any feedback, just that they appreciated the fact that there was the option to vote by paper.
Okay. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Is there anything that we can do, and maybe this is a loaded question, I might need time to think about a response, but with, through communications, but is there anything we can do as a council to encourage our residents to come in to make sure that their information is accurate for election? Like how, I don't know what that would look like, or.
No, that's a good question. Prior to the election, we post certain ads or announcements or notices to make sure you're on the list, make sure you're on the list. You'll notice probably some radio ads that Elections Ontario will also be putting out regarding like this year's a municipal election, make sure you're on the list. So there will be a push out to the public to ensure that their information is accurate.
Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Item 8.4, Asset Management Plan and Strategic Asset Management Policy.
The recommendation is that report ID-22-25 and the asset management plan and asset management policy update be received as information, and that the asset management plan and strategic asset management policy update be endorsed by council, and that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, so I'm put down the floor for you. Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Goff. Questions or concerns? Councillor Bell.
Just my only concern or question, well, I guess it's a concern, is I haven't had a chance to go and look and find out if this strategic asset management policy is common to other municipalities. So just because we don't have a lot of time when we get these agendas before a Monday morning meeting. And I'm just wondering if it could be at the July meeting versus the June, so that we have a chance to go read other asset management plans and just understand what other townships are doing, so that when we set a policy, I feel comfortable that I'm setting a policy that I'm familiar with.
Through you, Deputy Mayor and Councilor Bell. Great question. All municipalities are doing this. It is a requirement under OREG 588/17, and it is generally on par with what other municipalities are doing. We do a lot of research and to see what they're doing to make sure that we are on par.
Follow up?
I understand that, but, and I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I appreciate that staff does their research, but I don't feel comfortable when I agree to a policy that's being set when I have not had the opportunity to go myself and do the research and see that all municipalities are adopting the same policy, or maybe there's some municipalities that are modifying because of their size or whatever other kinds of things that might be impacting. So if it doesn't make, we haven't updated the policy before today. So if it's not something that is, we have to rush forward, I would just rather have it be on the next agenda so that I have a chance to go read those myself and do my own research.
So are you asking for a deferral then?
Till the July 21 meeting.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can, through to staff, could you please elaborate in terms of the timeline?
The requirement for the asset management plan legislation is July 1st. That's why we're asking for same day ratification. The policy is part of that legislation and those requirements. And we did do a significant amount of research before we produced this. This is an update to what was already existing as well. This is not a brand new policy. It's updating what was out there previously.
Thank you. Councilor Bell, are you withdrawing that deferral? Or are you asking for something?
Well, then I guess I would have said it would have been nice to see what we changed, right? Old policy versus new policy, so that when council receives it, we can look at it, the document, and see what has been changed. So, I mean, you've only got a week, so you've kind of brought it here today without us having the opportunity to say we want more time or more research. So that ship has sailed, I guess. And what it sounds like to me is that we don't have a choice. We have to pass it today. So, I mean, there's lots of things that don't get submitted on time, so I'll still put the motion on the floor to defer to the next meeting, so we have time to do our own research, and if somebody wants to second that, then that's fine, and if not, then I guess we have to approve it today.
Do we have a seconder? And no.
And then I'll just do a recorded vote again, because I don't like being pressed to the last minute, so I'll just object to it at a recorded vote.
So you can, okay, but right now we're just going to vote in committee of the whole, and you can just vote however you'd like. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. Okay, item number 8.2. No, we already did that. 8.6. Bayshore Village Spray Field operations for 2025.
Recommendation is that council receive infrastructure report, department report ID -23-25 dated June 16th, 2025 as information, and that Wessex Incorporated be awarded ID 0725 for wastewater effluent hauling services in the amount of $897,000 plus HST, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the contract agreement on behalf of the township, and that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, so I'll put this on the floor. Councilor Goff, second by Councilor Bell. Before I open this up for questions, I just want to make sure that we stay on track with the topic. This is to award a contract. We're not getting into the weeds about all the history of this or the volumes and all those things. We're actually just here to award a tender. So I'll open up for questions. Councilor Bell.
I would like to ask what was done to find any kind of funding for the effluent hauling services and who they're being assigned to.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The funding opportunities for operational activities is generally pretty limited. Funding opportunities usually apply to capital investments, and I am not aware of any funding opportunities at this time for this.
Okay.
Thank you. And the second part is who are the expenses being allocated to?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the expenses are being allocated to the wastewater system.
Thank you. So for clarity, the people of Brecken and Lagoon City are being assigned, only people in the Township of Ramara outside of Bayshore Village being assigned the costs of effluent hauling for a historical problem of
Okay, I just actually turned your mic off because I said not getting the weeds about the history. We're going to talk about the tender.
The history is
about-
current because
we're talking-
those
we're talking
debts
about
are
the-
sitting in today's calculation.
We're-
So it's not about
This is what we
history.
have
This
to,
is what we're
this is what we
dealing
have
with
to do
today.
this year, Counselor Bell. So all I want to do is stick to what we're trying to do right now. So I don't, we can't start talking about all these other things because they really don't impact what we have to do by MOE regulations.
But they
And we
do
know that the
impact on-
ratepayers have to pay
In
this.
here, it has an effluent hauling services tender in the amount of $897,000. So I asked a question about who's being allocated that cost. And that's the discussion we're having.
The
is
ratepayers
who's
are
being
always
allocated the
responsible,
cost.
and comes up at every meeting. We know that
The
ratepayers.
ratepayers are not, this is not a
User,
ratepayer.
user,
This is not.
users
this is-
pay
this
this.
is not-
Users pay this.
No, this is a 15-year and counting project on the part of the municipality. So no, it should not be being
Okay,
assigned
well-
to the people of Brecken and Lagoon City. So again, this will end up having to be pulled because once again, I will be objecting
Okay,
until
great.
such time as the township finds some solutions.
Great, we'll move to the vote and then we can move on to the next item. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, moving on. 8.7, special event bylaw exemption request, Ramara Chamber of Commerce Classic Car Show.
So I have to recuse, so I'll just step out.
Okay.
The recommendation is that report CD 1825, special event bylaw exemption request, Ramara Chamber of Commerce Classic Car Show be received, and that the Ramara Chamber of Commerce be provided an exemption from the $1,000 special event permit fee under special event bylaw 2025.21. Section 6.3, and that the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, so put this on the floor. Counselor Fisher, second by Counselor Goff. Questions or concerns? Go ahead, Counselor Fisher.
I just want to confirm, and not just for this, but for any events moving forward, sorry. The waive, what we are passing today and what most likely will be coming forward for future special events exemption requests is just the administrative cost. The other requirements as far as site plans and washrooms or traffic, insurance, all that is still required. There's just not the administrative fee associated. Am I correct?
Through the deputy mayor. So that it's half correct, let's say it that way. The organizations, if they meet the requirements of section 6.3 and qualify as a not-for-profit or charitable organization that council recognizes, can ask for an exemption from any portion of the bylaw. In this case, they're simply asking for an exemption from the fee. They still have to meet all the other requirements. If they're going to come forward and ask for exemption from an emergency plan, I would suggest that myself and the fire chief are going to have to be asking some real significant questions on why they're asking for relief from those sections of the bylaw.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Okay. So I think we're ready to rise from committee of the whole to reconvene in council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that the clerk's staff just need a quick moment to identify which reports will be coming out of committee of the whole into council and have that ready for you. So if you just give one moment.
Sure. Did you want to rise or do you want to take a quick bio break? How much time do you need? 5 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute bio break, smoke break, whatever it is that you do. Let's come back at 2:30. Perfect. All right, I got 2:30, so we start the meeting. We're now going to rise from committee of the whole and reconvene in council.
It's a recommendation that agenda items or agenda item
Wait, I think
11.5.
we have to rise first.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. And then the recommendation. Oh, do you want to, we can vote on that first. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Joe and Councilor Fisher, all in favor? It's carried. All right. Yeah. I was jumping 2 steps ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, now the recommendation that agenda item 11.5 of Committee of the Whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held July 21st, 2025 with the 2025, no exceptions. And that closed and open Committee of the Whole agenda items 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 11.1 through 11.4, 11.6, and 11.7 shall be referred to the consent agenda later today for same-day ratification.
Okay, so put that on the floor for me. Councilor Goff, seconded by Councilor Fisher. All in favor? That is carried.
And now we're on to the consent agenda. The first item is Committee of the Whole Report, June 2nd, 2025. The Committee of the Whole Report dated June 2nd, 2025 be adopted as presented.
So put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Fisher, seconded by Councilor Bell.
Just, it was amended because my name was missing on the one motion.
Okay.
As amended. Okay, so mover and seconder are good with the amendment? Okay, all in favor? That is carried.
Okay. So Committee of the Whole, June 23rd, 2025 report is broken into 4 separate resolutions. The first resolution is that the Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2025 being items 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 11.1, 11.3, and 11.7 be adopted as presented.
So put that on the floor for me. Councilor Tuyu, seconded by Councilor Fisher. All in favor? I'm not sure. Is it? So you're requesting a recorded vote on this
Sorry,
one?
like I just.
Okay.
Sorry, those agenda items are the ones that were not pulled. The following resolutions that will be read now are the pulled items as requested by Councilor Bell. So the next resolution is that the Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2025 being item 11.2 with respect to Kuching OPP Detachment Board Administrative Support be adopted as presented.
So that I'm going to be getting a recorded vote on.
Okay. Recorded vote for that. CAO Jackson?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I just want clarity in terms of, did you call the vote with respect to the first motion, which encompassed all the rest of the items with the exception of the ones that Deputy or that Councilor Bell asked for? You did call the vote. Okay.
Correct, yes. Yeah. And now we're asking for recorded vote by Councilor Bell for this item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Recorded vote has been requested on item 11.2, Kuching OPP Board Administrative Support. Does the Kuching OPP Detachment Board be advised that the Township of Ramara will no longer provide administrative support to the board effective January 1st, 2026. Councilor Bell.
Object.
Councilor Fisher.
In favor.
Councilor Goff.
In favor.
Councilor Tuyu.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
That is carried.
The second item that was pulled is a recommendation that Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2025, being item 11.4 with respect to the asset management plan and strategic asset management policy be adopted as presented.
Recorded vote has been requested for this as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
A recorded vote has been requested on item 11.4, asset management plan and strategic asset management policy. The report ID 2225 and the asset management plan and asset management policy update be received as information, and that the asset management plan and strategic asset management policy update be endorsed by council. Councilor Bell.
Oppose.
Councilor Fisher.
In favor?
Councilor Goff.
In favor.
In favor.
In favor.
And the final report that was pulled for separate vote is the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole report dated June 23rd, 2025, being item 11.6 with respect to the Bayshore Village spray field operations for 2025 be adopted as presented.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. This is a recorded vote on whether we award a tender?
This is a recorded vote on the entire motion, which says that those expenses are being allocated to the people of Brecon and Lagoon City only. And so I will be opposing.
Just want a clarification. Thank you.
Outside of Bayshore.
Recorded vote has been requested on item 11.6, Bayshore Village spray field operations for 2025. The council received Infrastructure Department report ID 2325 dated June 16th, 2025 as information, and that Wessick Inc. be awarded ID 0725 for wastewater effluent hauling services in the amount of $897,000 plus HST. And that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the contract agreement on behalf of the township, and the report be referred to the June 23rd, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification. Councilor Bell.
Opposed.
Councilor Fisher.
In favor?
Councilor Goff.
In favor.
Councilor Tuyu.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
It's carried, your worship.
Is that all the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's all for the Committee of the Whole June 23rd reports.
Okay. So I think we're on to 13, which is correspondence. I'm not seeing any motions. Sorry.
The remaining consent agenda items, we need to also put forward as a resolution to a recommendation. So the recommendation is that the recommendations of the consent agenda items 12.3 through to 12.9 be adopted as presented.
So put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Bell.
Sorry, I've actually
Second by Councilor
pulled
Bell.
all of those though. So they wouldn't be adopted as presented because I pulled for every item actually.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if I may, just if members of council wish to poll, are we looking to poll to change the recommendation or just to speak to? Because that will help us understand which motion to put forward.
Okay, Councilor Bell.
They're pretty nearly, it's to change the recommendation in some cases, and then obviously in some it's so that I can speak to it. But yeah, there's different recommendations which I had sent previously. And so you already had those on noon on June 16th, and then you came back and asked me questions, and then I responded to your questions. So each one, for the most part, yes, has a different motion that I would want to put on the floor.
Okay, do we need do each one individually? That's how we're going to move forward? Okay.
Okay.
And just for clarification, these are, you're going to make recommendations for amendments, or you ask them for recorded vote, just so I know which way we're going?
I guess it'll depend on discussion, and then if what happens, I mean, that's the whole the whole point of these items being brought over is so that we can discuss them. And sometimes I might not know what the recommendation is
That's okay.
unless I hear from.
I was just trying to
people.
assist the clerks. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. In terms of the process, what we'll do is we'll put the item on the floor with the motion that is currently identified. And then if it is a completely alternative motion that is being proposed, we would look to defeat that motion and introduce a new motion. Or if it's just to be discussed, then certainly you've got the motion ready to go.
Okay.
And if I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that in some cases, perhaps the member of council or council members may have amendments to what is being put on the floor. So we'll put the motion on the floor and then we'll see which way it goes.
Okay, thank you.
So item 12.3, the recommendation is that the correspondence dated June 2nd, 2025 from the Township of Georgia Bay be received as information.
Put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Fisher, second by Councilor Tuyu. Okay, we'll open that up for discussion. Councilor Bell, you had questions about it, so we'll start there.
So it's actually not questions. Thank you. It's just I would amend so that we would receive and support. And I mean, I can speak to it. There's, we've already done this through the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission. A few years back, we talked about having floating accommodations and what the impact might be. So we were already partway there from that perspective. And I think this is just broadening. And so I think, yeah, it's just a question of receiving and then supporting as well.
Okay. Any other comments? Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councilor Tuyu seconded that motion. Any comments? All in favor? It's carried.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the amendment has passed and now a vote on the motion to receive and support.
Oh, okay, I thought that was on the amended because the seconder, first and seconder, okay.
So the motion that was put on the floor was that it be received and then the council brought forward an amendment to support.
Okay.
And that support motion has passed and now we just need a vote on the full motion.
Okay, a vote on the full motion. Carried.
Item 12.4, recommendation that the Township of Black River, Matheson, correspondence dated June 10th, 2025 regarding request for exemption to OREG 343/22 firefighter certification requirements be received as information.
So put that on the floor for me, please. Councilor Tuyu, or Councilor Goff and Councilor Bell. Okay, questions or comments? Councilor Bell.
Thank you. I mostly just was hoping that Chief Strong would be able to speak to it so that we would be able to understand, do we want to support? Should we support this? Should we not support this? Why would we want to do either? Just so I'd have a better understanding.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councilor Bell, thank you. Obviously, it's the prerogative of council whether they want to support it or not. What I can tell you about this is that I understand the frustration of the Township of Black River, and that being financial and resource driven, according to their letter. It is a very serious burden on most municipalities to get all of their firefighters certified. From the firefighter perspective, I absolutely don't believe we should ever waive the ability to train our people to be better serving their community and safer. So they agree, they see the strength of the necessity of the training. I think they're just in a position where they can't find the staff to support that training. And it is financially, the further north you go, the bigger the financial burden. With the loss of the Ontario Fire College in Gravenhurst, that impacted us greatly as well. And the requirement to use RTCs, regional training centers, which are typically south of us, that burden is only expounded as you go farther north. In Ramara Township, I can speak to us. We're very fortunate. We have an extremely strong training contingent. We've been certifying our firefighters well ahead of the bell curve. It's progressive. And as of this summer, 2026, most of the legislation is in place, but it continues on. In Ramara, we've been certifying our firefighters since 2003. So we're well ahead of the curve. And I can say from our standpoint, we are compliant with the legislation and anticipate continuing on that way. So from this standpoint of supporting theirs, I would absolutely agree with looking for perhaps some federal or financial funding to support us as police and EMS are provided provincial and federal funding where municipalities carry the burden of a fire service. And it, as we all know, it's not cheap. So I certainly support that part of the letter, if that helps.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor? That is carried.
Item 12.5. The Director of Financial Services Treasurer correspondence dated May 27th, 2025 regarding an update on property tax e-billing. The recommendation is that the Director of Financial Services Treasurer correspondence dated May 27th of 2025 regarding update on property tax e-billing be received as information.
Okay, somebody put this on the table for me, please. Counselor Tuyu, Counselor Fisher, questions or concerns about this? Counselor Bell.
On this, I do have an amended motion. So just procedurally, do you want us to put the amended motion on the floor and then go to discussion? Or do you want us to go to discussion and then put the amended motion? I don't understand how you want us to do this procedure.
If you have an amendment, you can put it on the floor now.
Okay, so my amendment would be that we receive and that staff prepare a report detailing current costs, projected savings, and a strategy for improving adoption of paperless billing among Ramara residents.
You have a seconder there? Okay. Go ahead,
Through
Sierra Jackson.
you, if I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly, I'm sure members of council are well aware that our finance department is having challenges right now just in terms of resources. So certainly if we do proceed with requesting this report, just in terms of expectations, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure. I would maybe ask Ms. Higgins in terms of timeframes, but I would assume it would probably be into 2026 by the time you have the opportunity to do this kind of report. But perhaps if I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I could ask Ms. Higgins that question.
So to have a strategy, I'm thinking we would need to ask around what other municipalities are doing because we're already doing everything we could think of. I don't know if there's any additional option that we could undertake to try to convince people to sign up because at the end of the day, we can't force them. So we're trying to get them to sign up. Unfortunately, not everybody is interested. Some people prefer to have a tax bill through the mail, and we have to respect that.
Thank you. Okay, CEO Jackson.
If I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as well, just when this item did come up at the previous council meeting, that was just in and around the time that Ms. Galanaka had joined us. And certainly part of her function will be looking at that and analyzing that and whether there are different options and opportunities. So that will be a matter, of course, that she will be doing that over the next little while. So just to let members of council know that that is on the radar and that will be work that will be done at some point in time. But just to know that it is obviously very important to see if we can get people to sign up. So just to let members of council know, but certainly if you still want a report, we will be happy to do so.
Councilor Bell.
Thank you. So just so the public knows why I'm asking this and where this is coming from, I did already start to do some research. So there is a municipality, they're larger than us, but you can still extrapolate numbers from that. So it's the city of Medicine Hat who has 32,000 customers on e-billing, or 32,000 customers overall. And between 2014 and 2022, they were able to reach a 50% adoption rate. They reduced their costs from 792,000 to 403,488. So they had cost savings of $388,000. So 4 times our size. So 4 times less savings, maybe possibly. But the way they did it actually was doing little contests. So they had the opportunity that you could get a $25 reduction in your bill. So we would have to look at the numbers, obviously, but probably if we could spend $25 to save $80,000 or whatever, then that might be an option. So that's why I brought this, just because when I started to do some research, I saw there could be a substantial savings for the township's taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. Just one for clarification. I think in Ontario, it's illegal to offer a discounted tax rate, though, is it not? We can't discount it.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly Ms. Higgins may want to comment on that. What I've certainly seen in the past is, yes, opportunities for like a $25 gift card or something along those lines, as opposed to a reduction in billing, would probably be the avenue that we would want to consider as an option.
Manon, did you want to speak to that? Or are you comfortable with that answer?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've never heard that. So reducing a tax bill, I don't think it's something that would go through with the municipal act. But I'm sure there's ways that we can try to convince people to sign up. This is something we would need to investigate, but as mentioned by the CAO, we currently don't have the staffing to do that. But it's something that we could look forward to in 2026.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, no, I still support Councillor Bell's amended motion because I think we need to have it on the books, even with the expectation that we might not be seeing this report until next year, just so that way we have it so that CAO Jackson has a mechanism to be able to give her staff movement forward with a project like this. So I'm still supporting this with the expectation that we won't see anything this calendar year.
Okay.
So I was just going to say, I probably misspoke. So it's a reduction. It wasn't necessarily in the actual tax bill. It was just a reduction. So if I misspoke, I apologize. They did do a contest and it was a reduction, but it probably wasn't a direct reduction on the tax bill. So it was just likely I misspoke.
No problem. So we're not putting a timeline on this. It's whenever staff are available to get this, right? Because I don't want to put any timelines on this. I know how taxed they are at this point in time. Don't mind the pun. Don't mind the fun. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
I understand that we need an amount of time, but I don't want to leave it open-ended, like, so in 2026, but you know, if we just say there's no end to it, then somebody might have this conversation in 2028. So I wouldn't say like next month or the next month, but maybe in 2020, at some point by the end of the 2026 year.
So I would
Yeah.
suggest then that we make it specific to
Q3.
your motion. then.
Or it could be Q3, even if that's if you think it needs 6 months, like I'm not saying immediate, obviously, but I don't want to leave something just completely open-ended. So if Q3 seems reasonable, then I would just add Q3.
Q3 of 2026. Okay. And you're seconding that? You're good with that? Okay. All in favor? Okay.
Sorry, Deputy
Next-
Mayor.
Oh, and now we have to actually, on the actual item.
Thank you.
All in favor? And that is carried as well. All right, next item. We're on point 7. 6.
Item 6, Director of Financial Services, the Treasurer correspondence dated June 11th, 2025 regarding the budget 2026 process. The recommendation is that the Director of Financial Services Treasurer correspondence dated June 11th, 2025 regarding the budget 2026 process be received as information.
Okay, so put that on the floor, please. Councillor Bell, Councillor Goff. Okay, open this up for comments. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. And I don't necessarily have a motion, but I did have questions. So when I look back at Ramara of previous years, there's a full sort of graph that shows you from last year's budget to next year's budget exactly what's going to happen every month. And they had it beautifully laid out, and it explained when there would be presentations from departments to council. It explained when the first public engagement would be, when the second would be, when the third would be. It included even things like in some municipalities I found like coffee with council, or they would go to an event like maybe this year's yesteryears, and they would set up a table and they would do public consultation at big community events. So I guess what I'm looking for here is, and I suppose it wouldn't really necessarily be finance, it would probably be more communication. But I don't know what our strategy is, and this has come up a few times since this term started. So do we have a strategy, and are we intending to go out and do public consultation? And when might the public expect to see when and how they might be able to participate in the budget process?
I don't know who wanted, is CAO Jackson or Minot or Melissa?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would ask Ms. Gowanok to start that process.
So I'll begin and then anyone can add if I miss anything. So we'll take several steps to ensure public is well informed about the process and the new process with the strong mayor powers. So that would include a news release issued outlining key dates and milestones for
the 2026 budget process. Budget meetings will be open to the public and live streamed on our YouTube channel. Residents are welcome to register to speak during open public forum portions of council meetings, and we'll also encourage members of public to reach out directly to their council members with feedback. Regular updates and reminders will be shared on our website and through our social media channels, and we'll include information as well in the bulletin.
Thank you. Okay, so we're just talking about pushing information out. That's what I heard through various vehicles, but we still aren't talking about doing actual public consultation where there's an opportunity for the public to come in and engage. That's what I think I heard. So I guess I know that the answer is going to be that's not something we can do in 2026, I'm assuming, but I'm just curious. Do we think we might at some time develop a strategy that allows us to do what's similar or similar to other municipalities where we actually engage with the public and invite their consultation through venues like Coffee with Council or at community events or other opportunities where they can talk about the things that they value so that we have an idea what we should be looking at when we're developing. And I recognize with Strong Mayor that our vote actually is irrelevant at this point because whatever we think can be overridden. So, you know, and that's probably quite concerning for the public. So it may be moot, really. But it still seems to me that we should be looking at strategies for how are we going to engage with the public. Pushing information out is one way, and that's not really engagement. So I guess I was hoping to hear that we do have a plan that includes public consultation. I'm hearing that we don't, and it's still quite early. So I think that I probably do want to put an amendment to this motion on the floor that we receive, and that staff is able to return to us with a report.
Before you do that, I know CAO Jackson wanted to say something. My concern with going out to the public and doing that kind of consultation is that the public don't know the intricacies of our actual works and our departments and our costs and our overhead. So, I mean, if you have a bunch of people that come in and say they want to see all kinds of money put towards pickleball courts and just spend half your budget on that, that's something we have to look at then because we've opened that avenue. I'll let CAO Jackson answer though. She did put her hand up.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. So just a couple of points. Certainly I hear the message just in terms of that we're sort of pushing information out, but I think that what the manager of communications did identify is certainly opportunities for the members of the public to certainly reach out, and that is in many forms, i.e. even working through their members of council to communicate what their hopes would be for budget. It is an interesting year because it is a year whereby we've got a whole new process that we're all just sort of trying to get our minds wrapped around in terms of making sure that we follow the new rules. And you will note on the chart that in fact it's expediting the process insofar that the staff actually have to have budgets really prepared by basically the third week of July, which is actually not too far from now. So there's already a lot of work commencing with respect to the 2026 budget. And I certainly hear what Councillor Bell is saying in terms of public engagement, and certainly have had some experiences trying some innovative approaches to get the public to participate in budget, and some more successful than others. And certainly as we move forward, and we've had a lot of transition in staff, of course, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in this year. So as we move forward, engagement with the public is critical. And I will say that the next year is even a little bit more complicated because it's an election year. So it will be the next term of council that ultimately determines their budget. So I will say that certainly as part of the manager of communications role will be looking at how we can engage our public, whether it's related to budget or whether it's just in general. How can we work on that to see if we can get our public to participate? So a bit of a long-winded way to say to Mr. Mayor what the manager of communications has, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, that the manager of communications has said is we will do our best to get it out there so that the public is aware that we're going through this process. We hope that members of council will get that message out there as well. But this year is a very, sort of unique year in terms of, navigating through the new process that we have. And the one thing that we never want to really do is go out to our public and not listen. So, managing that process, going out and doing a public engagement and then not listening to what the public or has to say is generally never a good process. So the chart is identifying the timeframes. And as I say, we continue to learn about the new process and the best way to navigate through that.
Thank you very much.
So I guess we would sum it up to say that we're status quo. Information is going to go out, but we're not actually going to be doing any kind of public consultation. So I hear that message, but I would still put the amended motion on the floor. And if it has support, great. And if it doesn't, then we're status quo. So I would still put the amendment on the floor, that communications can return back with a staff report that identifies when between now and when we pass this budget for 2026, when there will be the opportunity for public consultation.
Do you have a seconder? I'm not seeing one, so that is down. Back to the initial motion. All in favor? That is
So,
carried.
no, I'll take a recorded vote then, because I will object without public consultation.
Yeah, a recorded vote for the budget 2026 process to be received as information. We'll start with Councillor Bell.
Yes. So I guess for clarification, it says received as information. So is that you're implementing this process or you're not implementing this process? I guess the motion itself maybe is not right in the first place, because I think what you're saying is you're going to implement that process that's outlined in that document. So we're doing more than receiving this information, correct? So the motion would need to be correct first, and then I would object to the motion, because what you're really saying here is you're going to implement this process.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you already called the vote, so now we're going through the process of just recording that vote. So the motion that was voted on was that the memo from the treasurer be received as information. That memo indicates to council the process that will be followed regarding the 2026 budget.
Okay, so then if the vote's called, I'm objecting then, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Fisher, in favor. Councillor Goff,
In favor.
Councillor Chiu, in favor. The mayor is absent. I apologize. The deputy mayor,
In favor.
that motion is carried.
Thank you. We're item 7.
So we're on to item 7, Director of Infrastructure correspondence dated May 29th, 2025 regarding the ice storm recovery plan status update.
Turn over to Ms. Bond. Oh, put it on the floor. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Fisher. All right, now go ahead. Or did you want to start? Who's going to start? Any comments on it, or just want us to just jump into questions?
You can jump right into the questions.
All
The
right.
update is pretty self-explanatory.
Sounds good. All right. Councillor Bell, you had your hand up?
Well, I don't know if anybody else wants to speak. It's always me.
Well,
so if there's somebody-
I look down and nobody's down there. I look back to you, so.
Okay, so my question, I guess, is, I have numerous questions. So most of the information I have about what occurred during the ice storm, I didn't hear anything for the most part from the administration and nothing from the mayor. And so in the ice storm recovery plan, there's a statement that says a full report of the emergency event will be provided to council as soon as practicable. And so I'm not sure what that means, because as it stands now, I've learned about a number of homes that had sewage backups at different areas of the community. I have learned, for example, that the relief that Ramara was seeking, and we were told we didn't have access to that relief. I've learned that other communities actually were receiving relief in the form of meal delivery and that sort of thing. So our residents would like to know what happened in Ramara Township during the ice storm. Why did it take so many days for emergency crews to arrive in the Township of Ramara. The timelines are very clear. It's in the mainstream media. We know that the emergency relief was not deployed here until a number of days after our residents were cold, flooding, without power, and frightened. And so we're now into July, and we have not had a single report at council or to our residents to help them understand what went right and what went wrong. And I am very aware of the work that was done by our emergency services, and it was incredible. And I know how hard they were out working. So I am not talking about that aspect of things. I know that infrastructure was out cleaning roads and that sort of thing. But I am talking about the bigger pieces where we had residents whose really their physical and emotional health, they were feeling at risk, and they weren't responded to. And I don't know when we can expect a report, but I mean, in all fairness, the public is looking for an inquiry, and I suspect that's likely going to come either way. But I think that leaving council all the way up, and now we're, as I said, coming into July with absolutely no information about what occurred is, it's just not acceptable. So I would like to know, when will council be receiving a report on what occurred in Ramara Township during Ice Storm 2025?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the title of this memo is Ice Storm Recovery Plan Status Update. So this is telling council, and you have been given a number of these updates, letting council know where we're at in terms of the overall cleanup. And I certainly, Deputy Mayor, in fact, I've heard a number of people commend the municipality on the communications during that entire event. So that is news to me that there's quite an uproar that there wasn't communication. So certainly, in terms of a report, to answer that question, the chief and I have had a number of conversations with respect to that. Part of that conclusionary report will be identifying exactly this sort of final piece of the recovery plan. As council is maybe aware, last Thursday, they introduced a new opportunity for there to be an ability for funding from the province, which is great news. They've extended the time frame for that to October, the end of October. So as we continue to do all our cleanup efforts, you will get a fulsome report from the chief and myself at that point in time when that cleanup is complete. So hopefully that addresses the member of council's concerns.
Sure. One thing, just before I come back to you, Councilor Bell, I will say that there was a comment made about where is the mayor, and the mayor wasn't present. The mayor was very busy, very present at a county level, at a township level, so that if we're public and we're letting people know that, he did a fantastic job, as did our staff, as did the emergency response. So I just want to put out there that the memos and the information was put out after every meeting to everybody who was on the sign-up list, as well as every council member. Everybody was kept abreast of everything that we were doing from a meeting perspective all day long as to what the directions were to get us through that and into the recovery phase. So I just don't think it's fair that as a council member is not here, that something be thrown out, they can't even defend themselves. So I'll put that out there for Committee Clerk.
Thank you. It has nothing to do with defense or not defense. Facts are just facts. The mayor did not contact me before, during, or after the ice storm. I stated a fact. I didn't talk about his personality or whether he's a great guy. I just said he did not contact me before, during, or after. That's a fact. And again, my question is, and I'm reading exactly the line from the ice storm recovery plan, a full report, not a report about the funding. And it's amazing that we got the Ontario Hydro funding. I've thanked them twice, actually. That's not what the report says. The statement says a full report of the emergency event will be provided to council as soon as practicable following the termination of the SOE. So again, my question is not how are we doing with cleaning up trees, but an entire report on the emergency event. What happened, what went right, what went wrong, what are we going to do to look at those challenges in the future? That's what a full report says to me, and that question has not been answered.
That isn't what we're talking about here, though. As CAO Jackson said, this is about a recovery and what's been done. If you would like that report, I think you'd have to get a seconder and you'd have to bring that forward because it's completely different. You're talking about the entire event.
No, I'm reading the ice storm recovery plan. I'm reading the ice storm recovery plan. That's in it.
I'm actually still speaking. So if you'd like a full deep dive into this, you'll have to get a seconder and bring that forward as an inquiry motion.
You're aware that this is in the report. I am quoting the report. I'm quoting the ice storm recovery plan, which says a full report of the emergency will be provided to council as soon as practicable following the termination of the SOE. It's
CAO
in
Jackson.
the ice storm recovery plan, and this is an update to the ice storm recovery plan. I asked a question. I just asked, when might there be a report of what went right, what went
Okay,
wrong?
we got that.
what were the
CAO Jackson, go
challenges?
ahead.
A full report. So I asked, you're finished up.
Well, I've handed the floor over to the CAO and you continue to go on.
You interrupted me, as per usual.
CAO Jackson. Your mic's off.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think I apologize because I maybe wasn't clear earlier. I did indicate that there is a report coming. And that report would be coming as soon as we finish all of the cleanup, so we can give council sort of fulsome overview of start to finish. So that timeframe, I'll certainly look to the fire chief in terms of any further comments that he may have as part of the process.
Thank you, through the chair. I apologize if it seems there is a delay in that report, because I absolutely believe we are accountable to the people and we owe some explanations of what we did. And my personal perspective, I thought the municipality responded well, but we should answer that in a report. And that is the goal. Our goal is to have that report to council, hopefully by the end of July, by the July meeting. That is our goal. As the CAO alluded to, we've been waiting on, and maybe that's my fault. I thought I wanted to ensure as well that we get a full response to you, so you understand what we qualify for funding, if we can apply for it. All that kind of stuff is what we wanted to bring to the table, instead of bring you something where we didn't have the final numbers in from the third parties that are engaged in our municipality. The goal is to have a robust report to you and an explanation of what happened in the fairly near future.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Tony, because that's all I asked, was just when do we think a report might be coming? So I appreciate the fulsome and direct answer. And then I guess the second piece of that, and then this was specifically for you, not the CAO, from a county or from like an emergency preparedness from the provincial or county perspective. It wasn't just Ramara Township, obviously. So I know the answer is that you're already working on a larger look at the ice storm from a larger perspective. And I guess I'm only saying this so that the people who are listening to us now also know that from a larger perspective, you and your role as emergency preparedness are looking at this from a more global perspective. You know, how did we interplay with other communities and that sort of thing? And so I'm just saying this so that you're able to say to me, yes, there will also be not just a sort of Ramara report, but in the future, a larger report from an emergency preparedness perspective, community-wide or provincial-wide, that talks about what can we learn from this event.
Thank you, through the chair again. Absolutely. Our goal is always to learn. We felt that we had a very good reaction to this, but there's always places to improve, and we will always seek those out. To say provincially reported back, I can glean whatever information I can from them, but I do have to say that the response to Ramara, though I felt it was well represented, this was a unified response. I from day one was working very closely with Aurelia and with the county to get a very homegrown response, because we know our resources. I think that employed well, and the province came in a day or, well, they were there quite readily and then supported quite significantly. So we are working to get that in the report so that there is a full picture, a holistic view.
Great. So the motion, I believe I have a mover and a seconder, correct? All in favor? That is carried. 8.
Item 8 is with respect to affluent hauling procurement. The recommendation that the Director of Infrastructure correspondence dated May 30th, 2025 regarding affluent hauling procurement be received as information.
Okay, so I put that on the floor for me, please. Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Fisher. Okay, open up for questions. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So because the public is going to say, why are you talking about this the second time? So just for clarity, this couldn't like this came out on May 30th, which we couldn't talk about on June 2nd, because we have to ask a week in advance if we're allowed to talk about something on at a meeting. So therefore, I couldn't have known that there was already going to be another item on the agenda similar to this. So it's a kind of a strange circumstance where we're behind because we're not allowed actually to speak about things in real time. So that's why I ended up pulling this, because when I did it, I didn't know until after I pulled it that there was also going to be the larger wastewater strategy, and that strategy.
Sorry, did you have a question about this item though?
If you keep interrupting me, I'm just, I'll just call a point of order, because the procedure bylaw doesn't say you can interrupt me anytime.
Point of order.
It says you can interrupt me at the end of a
We have a
sentence.
point of order?
Well, you don't have to
No.
do anything. We can just put it on the floor for a vote so I can object. Recorded vote and
We
I'll
have a
object.
point of order? Go ahead, Councilor Goff.
Councillor Bell needs to stay on topic. And
This is on topic.
we're dealing with this right now.
We are.
Instead of getting on your soapbox and ranting.
We are dealing with this,
Right.
and I would have been able to deal with this in a timely fashion if I'd been
okay.
allowed to.
Point of
So
order's been
we'll
called.
move on. Let's have a recorded vote and then I
Okay.
can object.
I'll run the meeting though, not yourself. Any other comments? Okay, recorded vote's been asked for.
A recorded vote for item 8, affluent hauling procurement being received for information. Start with Counselor Bell.
Object.
Counselor Fisher.
In favor?
In favor.
Counselor
In
Goff.
favor.
Okay. That's okay. And Deputy Mayor Bell.
In favor.
That motion is carried.
Item 9, Director of Infrastructure Correspondence dated May 30th, 2025 regarding water servicing strategy. She's going to read the motion.
So the next recommendation, that the Director of Infrastructure Correspondence dated May 30th, 2025 regarding water servicing strategy be received as information.
Okay, Councilor Goff put on the floor, Councilor Fisher seconded it. Okay, any comments or questions? Councilor Bell.
Thank you. I do have questions. One of my questions is who approved the report? What was actually approved was prior to this term of council, and it was approved on May 9th of 2022 that there would be a servicing strategy report brought back. The funding was, the allocation was $50,000, and that was for South Ramara. This term of council, I can't find us ever carrying a motion that said that we were going to look at a servicing strategy for Lagoon City. So part 1 is who approved this report, but then part 2, and equally as important, and then there's another whole series of questions probably about the report itself, but I can't learn all that in 3 days. So, I would like to know who's being allocated the cost of this report, because the servicing strategy does not belong in the budget of those who consume the services. Servicing strategies talk about growth and development, and that would not be assigned to the consumers of the service. So I want to know what the report cost. First of all, where it came from, what it cost, and then third, who's paying for it, or whose budget do you think it's going to be placed in?
CEO Jackson or Ms. Buck?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I will just simply state that in terms of the history back to 2022, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to speak to that. So I don't know who sort of directed the report to be done, but and then in terms of the overall costs, I will ask the director to just speak to. I believe that the costs associated with the actual water servicing strategy and so on would be cost allocated to the overall system.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. That is correct. The study cost would be allocated to all of the users of the system, as it does impact the systems as a whole, including assessing growth and development from that perspective. And as for the total cost, I'm unaware of that this report actually predated me coming in, so I have not looked that closely at the cost for it.
Councilor Bell.
Thank you. So I mean, I can give you the number of the resolution, which CW 108.22 for anybody who's interested, and what was carried that in fact, the opportunity at that time had been decommissioning, and ended up happening was there was a second motion carried on a report that wasn't asked for. It happened, I don't know how it happened. A month later, a new report came back, and on that day, what was carried was CW 10822, and that staff continued with the council-approved budgetary direction option 2, which said use the funds to perform an expansion feasibility study for South Ramara. So somewhere between that motion being carried and today, somebody made a determination to expand that, but council didn't make that determination. And then I will repeat, it is not correct for a report that looks at expansion of a service to development growth to be assigned to water and sewer, in this case, water consumers. So I would still like to know what the report cost, and I would like to know who commissioned the report. So that's my amendment. I want to know the cost of the report. I want to know who commissioned it and when. I would like to find the motion that approved for this to be done. And then thirdly, I would like the regulations brought back that tell me that that can be charged to existing consumers.
So just a quick question for clarification. Are you suggesting the general taxpayer should pay for a study like this?
Absolutely.
Okay. CEO Jackson or Director Pai?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if council wants staff to spend time on the history of this, then council should direct so. As new staff coming into the organization, understanding the background is certainly critical, but I will say that the staff focus moving forward is just that. Let's just move forward. So if council wants to direct staff to spend time and energy on going and researching what was passed in the past, we can certainly do so, but we will need council's direction to do that.
Okay. What is your amendment, Councilor Bell?
Thank you. There's no time involved. I just gave you the CW number. 108.22 was the motion. So, but it's irrelevant because somebody went ahead and did the report anyway. But my amendment is that I would like to know, I would like you to find out if this report was actually commissioned by council. And I would like to know what the cost of the report is. And then I would like the regulations that show me that existing consumers in this case should be paying for growth and development.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? I'm not seeing one, so it's down. So original, do you want to record a vote before we go too far down?
No, it's just receiving a report that nobody's even had the opportunity to read.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, item number 10, Chief Administrative Officer, correspondence dated June 4th, 2025 regarding promoting use of the township's report a concern tool.
The recommendation is that the Chief Administrative Officer correspondence dated June 4th, 2025 regarding promoting the use of the township's report of concern tool be received as information.
Okay, someone put that in the forefront, please. Councilor Goff, Councilor Tuyu. Questions or concerns? Councilor Bell.
Thank you. It's just for discussion. So over time, since I've been on council, we've had a number of categories that weren't captured. So there's always form abandonment. The longer a list goes, there's form abandonment. And then if the category that a resident wants to use can't be found, there's form abandonment. So we end up in a situation where out on the street, people are talking about this issue is not being resolved, but we won't know that it's an issue if they're abandoning the form, for one thing. And then secondly, sometimes we dissuade them because they don't see the category. So then they think, oh, maybe this doesn't matter. Maybe I shouldn't report it because it's not important. And so we lose things that way. So over time, some of the things that came up, we didn't have a category for feral cat, for example. As of now, we don't have a category for nuisance lighting, but we did pass the bylaw when we had some nuisance lighting where lights were shining into residents' homes. So I just want to understand what is the process, because as I've experienced this, in one case, I was asked to send it to communications. In another case, I was asked to send it to bylaw. And then in the third case, I was asked to send it to infrastructure. So if a council member recognizes that there's an emerging issue within their ward or outside of their ward, what is the process for coming? Who do we say to? I think we need a category and or how on the other side, if there's a number of items that are just going into general bylaw or general whatever category, at what point, who is monitoring and then making a determination that that is now something that we need to capture so that we know what it our issues are, and then can therefore take the right actions to resolve.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly Ms. Pye would be happy to take any recommendations that members of council may have and or the public with respect to this tool.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? It's carried. Okay. Correspondence, I'm not seeing any. 14 motions, postponed motions. I don't see any. Planning motions. I don't see any. Deputation motions. Did we already approve this one?
No.
We didn't. Okay.
First motion is that the deputation by Don Goodyear, General Manager of Integrated Watershed Management for Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority regarding chloride in the Lake Simcoe watershed be received as information.
Okay, so put that on the floor. Counselor Tuyu, Counselor Fisher. Questions or comments? All in favor? That is carried.
That the deputation by Ryan Dube, Project Manager of Atura Power, and Lucas Reinler, Managing Director of Bright Diamond Consulting, regarding proposed plans to build and operate a solar-powered electricity generation facility in Ramara Township be received as information.
So put that on the floor for me, please. Counselor Bell, followed, second by Counselor Fisher. All in favor? It's carried. Council motions. Notice previously given.
The motion was moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Tuyu. Recommendation, whereas the province of Ontario initially introduced strong mayor powers in 2022 with the stated intent of expediting housing development across municipalities, and whereas the province of Ontario arbitrarily expanded the strong mayor powers legislation to include an additional 169 municipalities in April of 2025, and whereas municipalities across Ontario have demonstrated a commitment to addressing the housing crisis through local planning approvals and community-led solutions, and whereas strong mayor powers fundamentally alter local democratic governance by concentrating decision-making authority in a single individual, thereby weakening the role of elected councils and disrupting the principles of collaboration and shared leadership, and whereas these powers can create uncertainty within the municipal organizations, impact staff morale, and risk eroding the trust that underpins effective municipal governance. And whereas there are currently no provincial checks and balances or independent oversight mechanisms in place to ensure strong mayor powers are being used appropriately and as intended, and the legislation itself has been described by some as open to interpretation, creating a fundamental flaw in the responsible application of these potentially dangerous powers. And whereas the primary barriers to housing construction are not rooted in municipal decision-making processes, but in broader market conditions, infrastructure constraints, and the lack of effective provincial and federal policy supports to stimulate affordable and attainable housing development. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Ramara formally requests the province of Ontario to rescind the strong mayor powers legislation in its entirety, and that should the legislation not be repealed, that the province immediately remove the Township of Ramara from the list of municipalities designated under strong mayor powers framework, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to all Ontario municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Rob Flack, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honorable Sylvia Jones, MPP for Dufferin-Caledon, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, and the Right Honorable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, for their information, support, and consideration.
Okay, so I'm going to put that on the floor for me, please. Oh, we already do. We have a mover and a seconder. So we'll open it up for conversation. I think the only thing I'd like clarification on, can we give these powers back? It was my understanding it was handed down by the province and it's something that is just here. We can shelf it, but the mayor with strong mayor powers can pull it off the shelf at any time. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, absolutely. This is provincial legislation. So it is something that is available for a mayor to use or for a mayor to delegate if a mayor so chooses. This is provincial legislation, not something that the township, certainly township can lobby and object to the legislation in place. But very clearly, it is provincial legislation. And at this point, Mayor Clark has not delegated his authorities. So this is something that if council wants to pursue, it is just a sort of lobby effort to the province to suggest that it be either repealed or whatever direction the township would like to go.
Okay, so mostly this is just for a letter of support. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The only issue I have in the motion is that I think we should include our honorable member of provincial parliament, Jill Dunlop, in this. And I don't believe that the Right Honorable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, should be. This is within this provincial matter. It's not a federal matter, so I think he should be removed. That's just my own.
Okay. Are you open to that, Councilor?
I would agree that MPP Dunlop should be in there. And I apologize for that oversight. The resolution has been circulated with the Prime Minister. I mean, if we take it out, we take it out. I wouldn't die on that hill. I just I think the balance of the municipalities, and more than half who were extended the power by now, and probably actually is more than half even. We're probably approaching 3/4, I think now, are asking for it to be repealed. So I think I think the message is clear. That eroding democracy in this way and centralizing power under one person and allowing one person to essentially control all the staff through the CAO takes away accountability, transparency. It makes council and negates council. So I think it's an important thing to support. But certainly, yes, adding MPP Dunlop, and then it's the flavor of all council as far as the Prime Minister. I'm okay either way.
But I just think because everybody else did it doesn't mean we should do it with the Prime Minister. It's a provincial matter. It should stay a provincial matter.
And I'm actually fine with it. I would be in agreement with you as well, Councilor Bell. I think that it's something we can do, but I just wanted to make it clear to the public and in this space that it isn't going to do anything right away. This isn't going to affect the strong merit powers, but I can see the value in it and I would support it, but not to the Prime Minister. I would agree with Councilor Goff on that. So if we're okay with removing that piece and adding MPP Dunlop, then I could support that. Councilor Tu.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up from what CAO Jackson was saying, just to clarify that this isn't some kind of edict from our mayor that, he wants to be king or something. This is something that came down from the province and kind of feels frankly a little MZO-ish to me, but a bit of overreach. So that's my justification behind it.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Councilor Fisher.
I just want to make a comment. I like the motion. I like the changes to the motion. So I'm going to take the opportunity, since it's on the agenda about strong mayor powers, to talk about it a little bit. Will there be an opportunity for training at some point with the changes once, so that council can understand, should the province not hear our plea to be removed from the list of municipalities that have strong mayor power, so that we can actually better understand what it might look like, what a veto might look like, how to trump a veto, and just basically all the processes, ins and outs. And I think part of the even the question when it comes to this budgeting process, because it looks very different. So I'm wondering if a PD might be beneficial, if that's something that might be available.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's a lot of good information that is sort of being prepared to help educate on the process. John Mascarin, who I think you're all familiar with, is actually been out there doing a lot of training and education for municipal councils, and in fact has broadcast his presentation in education of the process. I'm also aware of AMO, also looking at doing some further education, and there may be some tweaks, I gather, just to help better understand certain aspects of the legislation. A bit of a long-winded way of saying there is education that is out there right now. If Ramara is looking for your own sort of homegrown education, we certainly could take that under advisement, and I'd be happy to work with a member of council to bring forward a motion to request further training. I would say that there are some pretty significant costs to having John Mascaron come here, and that's why I would encourage you to source out when he is presenting and watch, because that's a nice way, although you're not maybe able to ask direct questions, but that's a nice way also of just being educated on the new process. So if we do believe after some of this is all sort of fleshed out that we still want a homegrown education training session, then certainly we could give that some consideration.
Sure. I'm just wondering if it's something that we could look at sending a specific staff, a clerk probably to become educated and then present to us as a cost savings.
Certainly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that staff between myself and the treasurer and the clerk and others within the organization have attended a bunch of webinars. And certainly as much as there's some clarity, there's still lots of questions that we have. But if that is an opportunity for sure, having staff come back and do a bit of an education, absolutely, we'll give that some further consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, all in favor of the amended motion? Everybody? Okay, that's passed now for everything? The entire motion as amended? We just approved the amended motion, now we have to approve the full motion. So all in favor? Okay, passed. Okay, inquiry motions.
First inquiry motion was moved by Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Fisher. States that staff be directed to invite Uber to present information about ride-sharing opportunities and advocacy.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried.
The second motion is moved by Deputy Mayor Bell and seconded by Councillor Snutch, that staff be directed to look at the feasibility options and opportunities for a sports dome to be located in the township, including but not limited to private-public partnerships and corporate sponsorships.
Okay. Just procedurally, I just need to ask, because Councillor Snutch has had to leave, do I need a seconder other than him? Yes, I do. Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Tuya is now seconded. The reason I brought this up is it has dropped off a few times. There's been confusion about where we were going with it. This isn't a decision to build a dome. It's nothing like that. This is just to see where it stands, to see what the possibilities are and look at real true costs, a real in-depth dive as opposed to just a quick search. So that's what we're asking for. So questions? Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So procedurally, a couple of things. You can't do a reconsideration unless there's a 2/3 majority on something that's already been heard in this term. And we first heard this on May 8th of 23, CW 122.3, that staff prepare a report for a sports dome in Ramara. That report was received September 11, CW 187.23. That report ID 2323 be received as information. And thirdly, on May 9, 2024, 9-1 Simcoe Sports Dome project proposal, Mike Winnicott, CR 117.24, that council received the deputation regarding the Simcoe Sports Dome project proposal as presented. So we've already heard this 3 times. So I think procedurally, in order for it to be a reconsideration, we need a 2/3 vote to reconsider it. And then once we have that, we would be able to look at the actual motion.
Go ahead.
And we already did
Councillor
get back the
Bell, go ahead.
pricing. That was the first one.
I believe that because the last time it was talked about was in May of 2024, new calendar year 2025 reset. So it can be brought up again in 2025.
Correct. And I don't think it was ever reached to turn
Sorry,
down.
that's not what the procedure bylaw says. No, the procedure bylaw does not say it's not, you can't bring it again in the term without reconsideration, 2/3.
If I can maybe start, and then I'll ask the clerk's department to elaborate further just in terms of the past. Mr. Deputy Mayor, the way a reconsideration process ultimately works is the original motion is put on the floor and asked for it to be either reconsidered, and that's where you need the higher vote element. In this particular case, I guess, without having the history here, is this the exact same motion that was presented a few times, I gather? I don't know that.
No, and it's never actually been voted down. It's never been declined. So it's always been to move
Just to
forward.
receive as information.
To
So,
receive as information. And we did vote down the Mike Winnicott, but that was a partnership. We were just exploring because we agreed to explore on options. And that was one of the options that came forward to us. So we actually explored it, had them do a deputation, and we voted it down because it wasn't the right fit for the municipality. But we never voted down the actual sports dome to continue moving forward with that.
so this motion as it stands right now is the fulsome evaluation, the feasibility, the options and opportunities that would include potentially a private public partnership, a sponsorship opportunity. I don't know, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what the previous motions were, but in order for something to be reconsidered, it generally has to be along that same line. So without having the opportunity, and perhaps clerk staff will recall the specifics of those motions that were presented in the past. And is this in keeping with those? Is this completely different from those motions that were passed in the past?
Thank you, CAO Jackson. In the past, previous motions, I do not believe refer to any joint partnerships or sponsorships.
So then I don't need 2/3. We can move forward with this inquiry motion.
I just read the motion. The motion says that staff prepare a report for a sports dome in Ramara. Staff did that. Staff came back with the report. The report showed us all the different pricing. The pricing was way out of our league. And then we had the project proposal come back from Mike Winnicott. He actually didn't even have an opportunity to answer some of my questions because he wasn't actually permitted to answer me. I was interrupted and his deputation was sort of cut off. So unfortunately for him, that was too bad. But either way, this has been on the floor 3 times. And the first motion was very wide open, that staff prepare a report for a sports dome in Ramara. So I believe that we need a reconsideration in order to move forward procedurally.
Through you, if I can, Mr. Deputy Mayor, ultimately you are facilitating the meeting. You are the one that decides whether in fact it is a reconsideration. And in fact, we're not even entertaining a reconsideration, I guess, at this stage. If members of council are not happy with the Deputy Mayor's ruling, then ultimately the members of council can appeal the decision of the chair, if that's where we ultimately want to head. So it is up to the chair as to whether in fact this is a reconsideration. And if it's not, then it would proceed if agreed upon by members of council. So that would be my suggestion to Mr. Mayor, is for you to ultimately, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, to ultimately make that ruling, and then we can go from there.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move ahead with the vote unless there's any other comments. Go ahead, Councillor Toolan.
Yeah, I think what makes this different than last time is that obviously we've gotten that whole different funding announcement from MPP Dunlop, which is maybe, able to, for us to look at it more deeply than before.
Okay.
Sorry, the funding announcement was to fix the roof on the existing building. And the only thing they wanted in this proposal, the existing building for, was to take the library and the recreation center out and turn it into a sports dome. So I don't know what that funding, how that funding has relevance to this. So I guess.
The library was never on the table to be removed.
Of course it was. That was in the proposal.
No, it wasn't.
So anyway, the point is where we are right now is you're asking to put this motion on the floor when I'm not supporting. So I guess we need a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Bell, and just for the record, I will have to say that that was one of the selling features, is that families could come enjoy the sports with their older siblings, and the other siblings that aren't playing, they could actually enjoy the use of the library while they're there waiting for their kids to use the library.
And you were asking Ramara's taxpayers for $6 million and waived development charges and so on. And there was not even a nonprofit to run it. So anyway, it's fine. I would just have the recorded vote.
A lot of misinformation there, but let's go over the recorded vote.
Anybody who wants to know about it, just email me at asbell@ramara.ca and I'll pull all the minutes and agendas for you because I'm giving you the information.
Okay, the motion reads that staff be directed to look at the feasibility options and opportunities for sports dome to be located at the township, including but not limited to private public partnerships and corporate sponsorships. Councillor Bell.
Opposed.
Councillor Fisher.
Opposed.
Councillor Goff.
Opposed.
It's defeated.
Counselor Tuyu,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
It's in favor.
That motion is defeated. The third inquiry motion is moved by Counselor Goff, seconded by Counselor Fisher. That staff draft a policy for council consideration outlining when and how traffic calming measures may be considered and implemented to enhance road safety and respond to community concerns.
And that staff reinstall the speed bumps on
And
section of Ramara Road 47 in the area from the swing bridge following along the lake to the location where Ramara Road 47 turns north.
okay. So we'll put this on the floor. Oh, it's on the floor. Sorry. CEO Jackson.
If I can, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the second component of that motion, please understand that staff have evaluated, and the recommendation is that we do a policy so that council, when you're making a decision, you're making an informed decision with all of the information before you. Reinstalling the speed bumps on the section of Ramara Road 47 is being done, if council does authorize that, is being done without the benefit of all the information to understand the implications of that speed bump being installed.
Okay. And just, I was involved because I was taking care of that portfolio last year. There was one, I think it's the same set that were put right at somebody's house and people were veering off onto their lawn and over their ditch and there was damages there. So we moved it back and people removed them over the course of a weekend and left spikes in the ground. So I think that's the concern, is what's going to happen if we reinstall them. Open up though.
Yeah, no, I agree that there was vandalism there last year, and they left this road spikes that hold them down. So it was a safety concern and a liability for us. But last term of council, council decided to have these installed there. And I'm still getting phone calls weekly as to when are we going to get them back there. I know, of course, the last director of infrastructure had never wanted to put speed bumps there because of the liability. It was a new road that was constructed at the time, and council moved forward that the benefits of having the speed bumps there were outweighed the issues of being a new road and having the spikes in. And nobody ever thought that they would be vandalized and removed. But the residents in that area, the reason we went for the speed bumps was because they were actually taking out great big pylons and putting them out in the road, and it was a bylaw issue where bylaw had to go down several of the long weekends to remedy this problem. So I hopefully council will have this. I can have the support of council and move forward and get them reinstalled.
Councilor. Councilor.
Thank you. I like the idea of having a policy, because what happened is once you had them down at 47, yeah, there were other, and then of course you started having things like, well, in Lagoon City, you can't really do it because you've got these great big boats going up and down the road. And so you started getting into all these different conversations about where is it appropriate, where is it not appropriate. So I do think that we need a report again on traffic calming measures. The only thing I did want to say on that though, is there is a report that was brought by the Director of Infrastructure in 23, which won't open now, or I'd say the number for you. And in that report, he had talked about where we could use what kinds of speed bumps, and then where you could put larger stop signs, not larger stop signs, like there was quite a few different pieces in there. And I have used that report quite a few times to help people understand. So the only thing I would say is if we could, and so you're asking for a report, but just to know that that report's already, yeah, and because but it says here a report on when, like what kind of, when and how easy for me to say, when and how traffic calming measures may be considered. So,
but it says draft a policy.
Yeah, and I'm just saying so that report was already there. So the thing is, I've distributed that tons of times. So I would just want you to know that that report's already there and it's already been distributed a lot, because to comparative to what you might come up with now. And there could be different things even available that weren't available 2 years ago. So just to know that it's there and that it's been widely distributed so that it makes sense when another one comes out and it's all been considered. As far as the 47, the thing I noticed last year was exactly that. People were just driving right up onto people's lawns, and then the middle thing had been run over quite a few times. So I don't know if there's different ways of anchoring them, or if there's participation that you could have from the neighboring properties to like engage them. So they put something there to block the cars or something.
Okay. Director Pai.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. In that respect, the speed bumps that we've already purchased that we do have are only going to have that one type of anchoring. It does need to be safe so that vehicles can transport over top of them safely. We would have to look at what we would be suggesting to homeowners to put at the property line. We don't need encroachments into our road allowances, and we also need to keep the safety of the vehicles in mind. If we put immovable objects in those right of ways, we are creating another liability and risk for the township. So all that to be said, that we can look at it if that's the direction of council and go from there. The policy will address all of those pieces going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor T.
Thank you. Through you to Director Pai. I just have a question regarding that report from 2023, because it was my understanding from our previous Director of Infrastructure that the removable speed bumps create like a hole in the new surface. And my question is about how would that undermine a road if water and ice and so on gets in there from the removable spikes?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. That is correct. That they are pinned into the asphalt to secure them so that they're not moving when the cars go over top of them. They will leave a residual hole that we'll need to patch. That may or may not be as effective. I think we've all seen our pothole strategies. So cold patch does not tend to stay for long periods of times. We do have other mechanisms like spray patching. However, the temperatures need to be correct for us to be able to do that. So it is introducing a penetration into the road that we will need to manage going forward, and has the potential to shorten the lifespan of that section.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Goff.
Not to be play devil's advocate, Director of Infrastructure, but in the past they were using, as soon as they were removed, those holes were filled with tar, so that way no water could penetrate and get down and underneath the surface.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's correct. It just depends on when, as long as we get them pulled up when the temperature is at a good time, we can use a different product. So just, we need to make sure that we're pulling them at the right time. It is still a penetration in the road surface.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor? It's carried. Opposed? One opposed. All right. 15 bylaws. I don't see any. 16 confirmation bylaw.
That bylaw 2025.41, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting held on the 23rd day of June 2025 be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
So we put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? It's carried. Adjournment.
That the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held June 23rd, 2025 now be adjourned at 2:54 p.m.
Councillor Tu, seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favor? It's carried.